Oh, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We're going to talk NFL today and do an NFL Fantasy Football Week 12 Q&A with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Right now, I got the Brooklyn Nets against the Philadelphia 76ers, 69-68. Third quarter, Brooklyn up by one, was 7:04 left in the third quarter. Was watching a little bit of NFL Network, but I already watched that Chiefs and Charger game twice already, so I'm kind of going back and forth just to kind of rewatch that again. But I figured this matchup isn't too bad. Not a huge fan of the NBA, but I mean, a little Embiid, a little Kyrie, a little Kevin Durant, just a little spy to see what's going on. I might as well. So we're going to end up getting people on Twitter with the NFL Q&A. We're going to get people here on YouTube, and we're going to get people on both that are going to have fantasy football questions as we're getting into the back stretch. Are you going to make the playoffs? Are you going for the chip? Are you on the cusp of maybe making the playoffs, or do you just need a little bit of help so you don't finish in last in your league? I got you no matter what the situation is. Lots of research, lots of reading, lots of film study. Sarah's got us off on a good note. $10 dono on the Cash App. Bang, bang, bang. Let's get it. I appreciate you. 90 to go. Let's get it. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Cactus Jack approves. Let me know what you want to see. Like I said, I really like the thumbnail and the background for today. I wanted to kind of switch it up. You know, I've been doing different players, and I try to find something that just grabs you, with the thumbnail as well as the background. And I think I hit it out of the park for what I was going to do. I was going to do a winter background, but I figured I could save that for tomorrow or another day. We could do like themes where I could have did something Thanksgiving with a bunch of food behind me, or we could do just kind of like a snow background, and we'll have plenty of time to do that. But I figured, okay, I did Justin Fields last week. Who do I want to be able to showcase or spotlight maybe from my own team to be able to get it out there? Did some searching, had to kind of go through it, and then was able to kind of come together with the thumb as well as this, and I'm really happy how everything turned out. Sarah, appreciate you. Let's get it. Cole's in the building. This is my Kansas City Chiefs, guru here that loves the stats and the analytics almost as much as me, if not on the same level or right out there. I get it, and like I said, a lot of us watch the game, but some of us watch the game a little bit differently than others. For me, like I said, I can watch it like everyone else, where 90% of the country is watching quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, and that's it. But I watch it from like a defensive perspective. So I'm watching O-line, I'm watching D-line, I'm watching linebackers and safeties and corners. And I also look at it from kind of a coaching perspective, OC, DC, head coach, and breaking down the stats and the analytics. And that definitely helps with helping people win money, helping people in fantasy, and helping people just gain more knowledge so they're not so biased. We already know how we have our favorite teams. We have our favorite players. And sometimes we love those players and teams so much, when someone says something bad, we take it personal. Even if we know it's true, like if they're talking shit about the team or the player, and we need to get away from that. We need to be able to appreciate some good criticism. If the criticism is there, usually there's something to do with that criticism, unless it's just someone from the division hating, or someone that's just being a plain old hater. And that is big facts. Sarah's in the building. What it do? $10. Let's get to a hundo. Let's get it. Megan is in the building. What it do? Toby's in the building. How are you? There's going to be a few options. What's available on your wire, Toby? So that way I can give you kind of like, what would be the best options based on what, like, let me know who you have on the bench as a backup. I hope you have a backup to Kyle Pitts. If not, I can give you a couple options, but you're always going to want to have 2 tight ends on the roster. Sometimes you're going to want 3. The tight end group is very thin. If you don't have Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews, you're probably fucked. That's just to be, plain and simple about it. Usually with me, I'm going to run 2 or 3 tight ends, and I have Mark Andrews. So, he just got back, from being injured and whatnot. So we'll kind of have to monitor his health as the season goes along. But we only have a couple more weeks and until we really get into that playoff And then once we get to the playoffs, it's either straight up or best out of 2 weeks, round 1 and round 2. So let me know who you have currently, who's available on the wire, and I can give you some recommendations. I got you. Cole is like, I took down the last undefeated team in the league. Nice. Yeah, I'm 10-1, but I peeked ahead, and this is like utter bullshit. Week 1 in the playoffs, I literally have everyone almost on my whole entire team, including the bench, red. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I always get fucked over where I'm like first place, I score the most points, I give up the least or pretty close to the least, right? And then we get to the playoffs, best of 2 weeks, and literally I peeked ahead, red, Justin Fields, red. I'm like, I mean, I know I can still win, but that's really, it shows you can have a great team, but if you don't have good matchups, in the playoffs, they could destroy you. You could be number 1 seed, play number 4, and they could smoke you by 60. That's the crazy thing about fantasy, but I'm feeling pretty good with the roster that I got, and I drafted most of my roster, but the other half, I had to do some due diligence and really grind it out. And the main reason that I'm in first place is that I care about the league the most, and I've made the most transactions. There's never a week that I don't make at least a couple transactions, and I have like 50 more than the second place person, not necessarily Sarah based off record, but based off a top 4 individual, right? Who I think is sitting 6-4, right? And they've made, I think, close to 40 transactions. I'm like at 90. You know what I'm saying? So the more moves you make, the better that you're going to be, but you got to pick the right guys to add to the squad. Justin Fields, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, DeAndre Hopkins, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Cowboys D, Jason Myers. And then I got Herbert, Godwin, Bills D, Geno Smith, Cole Kmet, Jacoby Myers. So I don't have any weak spots, and I always have pieces on my team that I would start every week. I don't have one spot on my bench where I would be like, just like I have a guy just sitting there. No, every guy, including Cole Kmet or Jacoby Myers, that are on the bottom of my, obviously depth chart, I do consider those guys week to week. Even though I got my big names, sometimes you got to be able to get past the big names and go from there. Logan Thomas or Gesicki. I don't know. I'm not really feeling 2 of those, really. Who do you have on your team? Let's go with that first. And I got to know who's on your team besides Kyle Pitts. Okay. And then also who's available on the wire. I need all the information. I'm not like some of these other fucking scrubs that, do questions for NFL Q&A, fantasy football, and they like get a question and then they answer it like 30 seconds later. Those guys usually are not very good at fantasy. They can act like they are, but unless you get a lot of information, you're never going to be able to get that correct answer. You got to know, is it a red matchup? Is it a green matchup? All right. What are they projected for? Is it home or is it on the road? Okay. What have they scored in the last 4 weeks? How many targets are they getting? How many yards? How many completions are they getting? Are they a dual threat? Are they running and receiving? Like, I need to know all these questions, and fantasy football is about consistency. And if you have consistency, then you can end up making, big moves. And for example, just to give you kind of an idea of what I'm looking at here. And if you do have Twitter, do me a solid, like and retweet the live stream on Twitter. It'll help us get 20 to an additional 300 views on here. But just to give you kind of a reason why I'm 10-1. All right. The team info, I got 88 moves. All right. 88 moves at this point. Right. Second place based off moves is Team Guerrero, who's 6-5, and he's got 39. So that shows you the difference that out of the 10 people that are in the league, right, I'm at 88, almost 90 transactions, right? And then the team that's got second most moves, right, they're at 39. So that's the difference between me and everybody else. It's not necessarily I feel I care more, but I put in more work, more time, more energy, but I'm making moves, okay? All right? And then if you actually go to the squad, right, and I'm going to give you this breakdown, and this is probably going to be kind of surprising. You go to the scoring. So this is what I got. Justin Fields, number 4. This is my starting lineup. This is position rank, okay? Justin Fields, number 4. Nick Chubb, number 5. Saquon Barkley, number 6. Justin Jefferson, number 4. D-Hop, 37, but he missed the first 6 games. If he didn't, he'd probably be number 3, 4, or 5. Mark Andrews, number 2. Josh Jacobs, number 4. Cowboys D, number 2. Jason Myers, number 4. Do you see a trend there? I don't have anybody lower than 6th in my lineup, and D-Hop, based off position rank, again, if he didn't miss the first 6 games with the PEDs or the steroids, he would probably be sitting at 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So that's what you want, and that's what separates me from the rest of the league. And even my bench, Herbert, 11th, Godwin, 39th, Bills D, 6th, Geno Smith, 7th, Cole Kmet, 11th, Jacoby Myers, 31st. I try to get the highest, caliber players that I can get. And then it's also about how many points that they're averaging. And this is a big reason why I usually average in projected points with me and Sarah, 130 to 150 every week. Average Justin Fields, 21, Chubb, 19, Barkley, Saquon Barkley, 19, Jay Jetta, 22, D-Hop, 21, Mark Andrews, 15, Josh Jacobs, 20, Cowboys D, 11, Jason Myers at kicker, 10. You know what I'm saying? So that really separates from the men from the boys. You know what I mean? The contenders from the pretenders. But even with that being said, with the all-star lineup that I got, don't mean shit if we get to the playoffs. And like I said, I peeked ahead, and I'm kind of pissed off about it, but there's nothing we can do. We got week 12, 13, 14. We got 3 weeks to go. Then we're in the playoffs. Round 1, week 1. I literally have everyone on my team, even the bench, red, except for Justin Herbert, who has a green matchup with Tennessee, and that's it. And then I have Jacoby Myers with no color. So out of all my players, red. So it's going to take a miracle, more than likely, for me to win the championship, unless I can beat the odds, from the green matchups to the red. But there's times where you can have a red matchup and still score 20. I peek after the games are over to see what red matchups actually scored, to see if I can prove my theories right or wrong, that even if you got a red matchup, you can't just bench a guy because it's red. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's a good matchup, but if the player's like Justin Jefferson, you think a red matchup is going to hold him from getting 10 to 30 points? Most of the time, it won't, unless he's injured and he had a little bit of turf toe, but it is what it is. So let me go here and take a quick look. I'm not really too big on either one of those tight ends, to be honest. Let me give you the rankings and break these down. So let's go here. 80-79 Sixers. So the rankings this week for Logan Thomas or Gesicki. Logan Thomas is 17th, which is not very good. And let's see where Gesicki's 21st. So both of those are kind of dog shit, to be honest. I wouldn't take any of those 2 players, but I don't know who else you have on your bench, or if you only have Kyle Pitts. That's the reason why you want depth, because if you have an injury and it's season ending, you got to have other options. You're fucked. So Matt Payton, question 1A, 1B, who are your top 15 route runners? That's too in-depth of a question, bro. No one's going to be able to answer that besides you or me, and you'd have to be in front of a computer. You got to break that down and go 5. You know what I mean? When you're doing 15, you're going way above and beyond for the people in the room. We are fanatics here, but that's taking it to a whole nother level. I know Sarah could do it, Cole could do it, but 15 is a lot, bro. You know what I mean? You're making people actually look at the computer. No one's going to give you the answer to that. And that's just me being honest. If you do 5, maybe people would answer, but 15 is too aggressive. We're not in college right now in a class, going over writing a paper down. You know what I'm saying? 15 is too many, bro. Even 10 would have been too many. But top 5 route runner, maybe you're going to get people. But I mean, there's no way that anyone has enough knowledge to even give you a top 15 besides maybe me or you or someone that watches film all the time. Because even with someone like Cole or Sarah, they probably know maybe who the top 5 are. But to be able to know who the top 15, no one knows that information unless you're, a psychopath like me, or if you watch film every day. And how many people really watch film every day? Maybe you do, but I don't think anybody else really out there with a question like that, bro. Good question, but not that many people. You got to cut it down, bro. Take out the 1, put 5, and then maybe you'll get an answer from someone in the room. Let's see here. I like Logan Thomas. He's former. Yeah, but, you got to think with this year, though, he's not the same player. In years past, they don't really go to him that much. Let's take a quick peek here. Let me take a quick peek. I don't really like either one of those. I mean, if there's other guys that are available, I would definitely go that route. But Thomas is ranked 34th. His average is 5.5. That's dog shit, bro. Okay, so he's gotten 0, 0, 3.2, and 11.5. If you want to roll the dice with someone that's had one good game in a month, go ahead. But I never would do that, man. Like you said, there's going to be better options. There's a reason why I'm 10-1. You know what I mean? There's a reason why I haven't finished in the bottom three. I'm always in the top three, no matter what. So if it was me, I wouldn't have either one. So, and fantasy football, Matt, you know this, it's different. I'm not sure if you play it all, but fantasy is completely different than real life. You know what I mean? You can have a real good athlete, but that don't mean shit in fantasy. It's all about targets and getting, the proper weapons. Facts. Lamar, Patterson, Etienne, Jefferson, Olave, Mike Williams, Pitts, Jets defense, and Bucker. Who is your bench? Samuel, York, Drake, Watson, Robinson, and bro, you already fucked up right there. Why did you only have one tight end? Especially, see, the thing is, I can already tell if you're a championship caliber team or not. Okay, if you only have Kyle Pitts and the tight end position is dog shit, why the hell don't you have 3 tight ends? You should have already had 3 already. If you already had Kyle Pitts, there's no point sometimes on having some of these extra guys on the roster. Okay, you got Curtis Samuel, York. Why do you have York? Robinson, why do you have him? Heineke, why do you have him? If it was me, I would have dumped those guys. And instead of having Heineke, York, or Robinson, I would have grabbed earlier in the year other tight ends. You got to be able to make sure that you're complementing the defenses, making sure you have more than one. And you always got to have more than one tight end. Even if you got Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce, bro, you got to be able to have the depth. And obviously, as we know, that the position that has the least amount of depth is the tight end position, bro. Evan Ingram and Dulcich. Yeah, Dulcich, started off strong and then hasn't been as strong. Like, he started off with like 3 games in a row with double digits. I can't really trust Russell Wilson, but Dulcich is an okay option. It's going to be hit or miss with him. And then with Evan Ingram, same thing. He could be a guy that can get you 9 or 10 points, or he might hit you with a 1. So, I mean, you have to be able to kind of go through the matchup and whatever the gut feeling is. So, okay, I'll get you some Travis Kelce. No problem. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm just trying to help you out because, like I said, no one is going to, and then also if they look it up and they're like, okay, who are the top 20 route runners? But unless you're watching the film and watching it yourself instead of just reading someone's article on Google, that doesn't make you a expert on who the best route runners are. It might give you an idea of who they are, but the only way you can really know is if you're watching the games and you already know it's like Keenan Allen, Diggs, you already know that these guys are some of the best route runners in the game, but unless you're watching, you can't really get the full grasp of it. And you know how it is. Most people, they don't take the time to read or watch the film. They just want to cut corners. So, and don't worry, I'm just trying to help you out. Because like I said, besides me, you're probably not going to get anyone else that's going to answer. 15 is way too aggressive. And even if you answer that question on TV, like on ESPN or NFL Fantasy Football Talk, they wouldn't even answer your question because that's like too many people and they wouldn't even have that information. You might know who like the top 5 are, but I guarantee there's not going to be people that know 10, 15, 20 because you'd have to actually watch the film and then break it down. You know what I mean? But 5, maybe you'll get some people there. All right, let me get you some Travis Kelce while we wait for some more fantasy football questions. And we can do fantasy football. We can do NFL, Q&A, whatever you want. I appreciate you, Sarah, with the $10 dono. And like I said, we just need 90 to go. Appreciate you. All right, one sec here. So we got the Travis Kelce, and we got another Travis Kelce, another Travis Kelce. And let me see what else I got in the bucket here. 85-82 Sixers. As Philly comes out in a 2-3 zone to open the fourth quarter. So a little bit of this in the first quarter as well as Kyrie Irving got out there. It's one and done. Reed with Get you a couple more. Yeah, Travis, I mean, he might go down in history as the best tight end of all time. It really just depends on, how many more Super Bowls he wins, how many more records he breaks with Mahomes. The only record they're not going to get to is Brady with the 7 championships, but every other record definitely is going to be threatened, by Travis Kelce and Mahomes. And even if he doesn't get like the most touchdowns, based off 100-yard games, obviously he has to catch up to Gronk in total TDs. But, I mean, if Travis Kelce plays for another, I don't know how many more years he's got left that he's willing to play, 5, 6, 8. I'm not too sure. Mahomes could go for another, 10 to 15, but it all depends on their health and what's going to happen. But definitely Mount Rushmore, when it's all said and done, is going to have Kelce for the tight ends. You got Tony Gonzalez, you got Gronk, right? You got Shannon Sharp. You got some of these other guys there, and then you got Kelce. Kelce's probably already passed Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp got him in the championship category, when he got 2 with Denver and 1 with Baltimore. But who's to say that Kelce doesn't finish his career with 3, getting 2 more before it's all said and done? Pretty good chances. They might win it this year, okay? And then with all the other stats, Gonzalez and Gronk with touchdowns, this guy is so good at the tight end position. He's as valuable as like a number 1 wide receiver. I mean, that's how good Travis Kelce is. He's the only tight end that plays like a wide receiver, like a big, physical, fast wide receiver. There's no one else that is like him in the league. Mark Andrews is built more like a tight end. He doesn't have the breakaway speed or the stiff arms or the jukes or the hurdles. Mark Andrews is like a great tight end. Waller, Kittle. Kittle's got some athleticism as well. He's the closest thing to Kelce. But again, he gets hurt a lot, but he did have a great game last night. Obviously, we saw in Mexico with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I told you guys at the beginning of the year that the Niners are going to be that sleeper team, and that might be the team that makes it to the Super Bowl over Minnesota or Philly. I'm like I said, I have a good gauge with the roster and the team, and that team is probably the scariest team. And if they go 4-0 in December, don't be surprised if they go all the way to the Super Bowl. I don't know if they can beat the Chiefs. Probably not. But like I said, as far as the quality of the team, it is possible we could get Chiefs-Eagles, but we could get Chiefs-Vikings. But highly likely to me, Chiefs or Bills, right? But it could be Chiefs, Eagles, Bills, Eagles. But if it's not Eagles, I would say the Niners are probably the number 2 option, even over Minnesota, as long as they can stay healthy. And that's even with Jimmy Garoppolo at center. That says a lot. That definitely says a lot. I'm going to get you another Kelce here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let me keep scrolling down. And your team, Toby, isn't bad. It's just that, people that play fantasy football, you always have to have backups. And the number 1 reason you're not going to win your league, you only had Kyle Pitts. You know what I mean? Like, if you know that that's the weakest position in the NFL, after Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews, there's nothing. I mean, Waller's hurt. Now Pitts is hurt. Kittle might be the 3rd best. You know what I mean? But I mean, you got guys like Freiermuth, Hawkinson, Kittle, Schultz, Higbee, Njoku, Knox, Cole Kmet, Juwan Johnson, Everett, Dulcich. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to be hit or miss. It's really tough to even get to 10 points at tight end. And you got some decent players, but you have to have quality, and you always have to be upgrading. Always, always, always. And there's no reason to have Butker and York when you only have 1 tight end. That's facts. And even grabbing, Evans and Dulcich, that would be preferred, because you don't want to just have 1 tight end because you only had 1 before, and look what happened. You want to be able to have options. You want to rotate between Ingram and Dulcich. And if it was me, I would be dropping York, and I would probably drop Heineke. Those would be the 2 that I would drop. And then another option, you could maybe drop Allen Robinson at some point. But since Cooper Kupp is out, maybe he'll get something. But I don't have Allen Robinson on my team. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? But Heineke would probably be a guy that I would drop, as well as York, and I would try to get both of those tight ends. Let me keep scrolling down. You know what? It doesn't matter. You know what? Well, you know what position I've been on the waiver wire every week? 10th. Last every week. No excuse. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, With me, I'll wake up, or I'll be up, 2 a.m, and when the waiver drops and whatever's left, I'm scooping that shit up. So when everyone else is sleeping, I'm getting the good players. I've never been first on the wire, and I've still been able to collect pieces on the wire. And if you're wondering like what I've been able to collect with 10th on the wire every single week, and I'm 10-1, pieces that I picked up on the wire, being last on the wire. Justin Fields on the wire. Cowboys D on the wire. Jason Myers on the wire. Geno Smith on the wire. Cole Kmet on the wire. Jacoby Myers on the wire. That's not an excuse. You can still get great players. It's all about commitment, and if you're willing to know who you have and what they're going to get. That's facts. I've never been number 1 on the wire. I've always been number 10 out of 10. So it shows you. And I'm 10-1. So there goes that theory. Evans, Julio, Thomas, Cortland Sutton. Well, Julio's garbage. Michael Thomas is injured. It's obviously Evans is number 1. I mean, Cortland Sutton is never going to be a factor with Russell Wilson. So you got 1 good wide receiver and then 3 that are trash at this point. You know what I mean? So normally it would be Evans, probably Thomas, Sutton, or Sutton, Thomas, then Jones. But, I mean, that's a pretty simple question, bro. Fields is questionable. Who else do you have on your bench? Do you only have 1 quarterback? Yeah. And like I said, you just have to look on the wire. That's why I have Justin Fields, Justin Herbert, and Geno Smith. So you have to have options. Let me see. Who else do you have on your bench? Do you only have Justin Fields? Because that's a nightmare if you only have 1. Fields is going to be ranked 6th this week. Heineke's ranked 18th, bro. 18th against, it is against Atlanta. So there is going to be probably some, opportunities there. But I would almost go with an injured Justin Fields and over Heineke. You know what I mean? Because he'll probably still be able to throw for 1, run for 1, unless he's not playing. But we'll have to monitor it. And it's not his throwing shoulder. It's the opposite shoulder. So I think he might be okay. Eagles John in the building. What to do? Yeah, I took Paisley for a walk. It was pouring down rain for like 8 hours straight, and then I got a little bit of a break about a couple hours ago to get my hour walk in. And so, yeah, I'm good, man. Mentally, mental health, it's key. I got an episode of Good Doctor in, so I got to watch that. I got to watch The Neighborhood, which is a funny show that's on CBS. So I got that in, and just been doing some reading and some film study. And then I got the Sixers on versus the Nets, 96-87. And we're just going to grind it out for a few hours. And if there's anyone that's got fantasy football questions or just NFL topics that they want to go over, this is just kind of an open forum, on these days, on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, when there may not be anything really big going on. And I can help people try to, be a little bit better in fantasy. So, or if you have anything you want to talk about sports headline wise, I'm down with that as well. But I'm glad that you're having fun with the pups. What did you end up doing? Did you go for like a walk with the pup, or are you just playing with the pup at home? You're still kind of recovering from surgery and whatnot too. So I'm not really sure what your walking status is, but hopefully things are getting better for you. Most athletic. You're going to get athletic players everywhere. The most underrated athletic player is O-line. Go look at film on Trent Williams. Go look at certain pieces like that, or Lane Johnson. You can start to see the athleticism there, but they're never going to get talked about because it's not a sexy position. Wide receivers are athletic. Running backs are athletic. Travis Kelce's athletic at the tight end position. Offensive linemen are underrated for being athletic. And of course, you're going to get great athleticism out of the corner position and safety, linebacker. Athleticism is going to come from everywhere. And you're even going to get athletes that are athletic, and maybe have good technique, even at punter or kicker. They might not be able to do a bunch of jukes like running backs and wide receivers, but there's a lot of, key things that it takes to be a good kicker or a good punter with technique as well. And that's big facts. But I'm not really sure who else you got, Toby, with your fantasy question, my boy. Okay. I mean, at least you got two options with Ingram and Dulcich, but I mean, that should have been something that you should have addressed at the very beginning of the year. Having one tight end is a nightmare. And even if you have Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews, you probably don't want to stick with just one tight end because if you do and they get hurt, then you're going to have to go to the wire and hope that there's someone there that can help you out. So that's big facts. And then, like I said, this is an open forum. Whatever you guys want to talk about, please do. And like I said, I'm going to get some NBA in. I'll get some NFL Network in as well. And like I said, if you do have Twitter, do me a solid and like and retweet the stream. And that'll help get some fantasy football people in here, as well as just getting more people to see the stream as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. First thing you want is a good medicine or a good title, something that I can dig into. And I appreciate you, Sarah. I know you liked and retweeted the stream, so I appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, obviously the athleticism is there, but I mean, I think realistically the most athletic, people are probably the wide receivers if they're elite. Because if you got to see what Justin Jefferson does, Jamar Chase, Tyreek, that's the number one position that is the most athletic. I think hands down that and running back. Because that's when you get those dynamic athletes like the Nick Chubbs and the Saquons, that they show you something crazy, And then also at the wide receiver position. And then obviously, D linemen have to have good technique and good explosiveness. But as far as athleticism, it's probably going to be running back and wide receiver. 96, 89, but they're everywhere. They're going to be on the O-line. They're going to be on the D-line. Linebackers are very athletic. But as far as like giving you Sports Center wow plays, wide receiver and running back with the athleticism, hands down. All right, we got KD with the ball, 96-89. Sixers are up. The Slim Reaper for three. In and out. And I haven't got a chance to watch too much NBA, but I'll try to sprinkle in just a little bit. Anything on the sports headlines? I don't know if there's really anything popping off. Like I said, we're just kind of getting closer and closer to the fantasy playoffs. And then obviously we're waiting for AEW Dynamite for tomorrow, Thursday night football, and obviously college football this weekend. That's probably going to be the most exciting thing moving forward. We got really good matchups, for this weekend. Michigan, Ohio State, number 3 versus number 2, and the rankings just dropped. Oregon, number 9, Oregon State, number 21. I'll be doing that game. And then what else do we got later on in the day? Notre Dame, number 15 versus number 6 USC. That'll be good. And then we got the Apple Cup, number 13 Washington versus Washington State at night. So I don't know how many games or streams I'm going to be doing on Saturday. We also have a WWE pay-per-view also. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing like 3, but there might be a possibility I do like Oregon State and maybe the WWE pay-per-view at night, or I might do Washington State, or maybe Notre Dame USC. I'm not really too sure. I haven't really made up my mind, but maybe the WWE pay-per-view, and then doing the Oregon State. I would do Michigan and Ohio State, but I just don't think that we'd get enough people that would wake up that early to watch it. I'll watch it. Sarah will watch it, but the hardcore people will watch it, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. Caitlin in the building. What to do? 99-89 Sixers. I didn't even see what the next game is. Lakers and Suns. God, they're just putting me through hell. Sorry, it's like I don't want to watch 80-year-old LeBron James anymore. Tito. Kidney. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's good. Is there any type of like snacks or ropes or bones? You go to Petco and try to get her some toys or bones or treats? How old? I think you've told me already before, but older than 10 years old, I'm pretty sure is what you told me, like 10 to 15 years old, somewhere in there. getting up there in age. Yeah, that's kind of I mean, even though Paisley's just a little, over 1 year old, I mean, I can't even imagine my life without her. As every year as she gets older, every day, every month, it's like my bond with her is like grows more and more every single day. And it's like, I don't even want to imagine the day that she's not alive anymore. And then I'll have to get a new dog. But, I probably will have to get a new dog like very quickly, because I know I'm not going to be in a good headspace. If I wait and grieve and cry and and just mope around, I'm going to have to replace that feeling and that love and have to try to get another pup. Nets. Hopefully I can get a good 15 or 20 years out of Paisley. Obviously, I don't even want to necessarily think about that, but as you guys know, dogs and cats usually don't live past 15 years. Usually that's about the cutoff point. If you're extremely lucky, they'll go from 15 to 20 years, depending on the breed. But, sometimes, you'll get pets that'll pass away under 10. But, we always try to hope that we can get, a good 15 or more out of our pets, I think. And that's big fact. So 12 years. 12 years. Yeah. And then, like I said, hearing, blindness. I know my, original dog, Jito, was like my brother and started to have like ulcers, and I was starting to, it was, pure white dog, Samoyed. And then, was starting to get like blood, from its mouth on its fur. And it's like a horrific scene, seeing the, your brother, your number one, and you don't want to see them in pain and whatnot. But when the dogs get older in age, you definitely want to make sure you're spending as much time. So, yeah, but hopefully you're able to spend enough time. So at this 12 years, is the dog like have any issues with like hearing or like blindness? Can the dog still see and hear? And, is it still able to walk properly, or is it kind of, you said the dog is not really herself. So kidney problems, not herself, but hopefully, you can spend as much time, and sometimes just spending that quality time, can do it, watching TV together, watching a movie together, and, lots of hugs, lots of kisses. I probably give Paisley like hundreds a day. I can't even tell you, lots of hugs, lots of kisses, lots of affection. And, sometimes she's, getting a little bitey still. I don't know what it is, with her being like, this bitey self that she has. She'll go through moments where she needs to kind of go through timeout and maybe, because sometimes she'll like bite a bone or a rope or a ball for a little bit. But then when she's done, she tries to go for like a comforter and get the stuffing out of there, or she'll try to like play and like, she used to like nibble on her hands, but her teeth are much sharper now. So it's like, you got to be kind of careful. She's not trying to bite down and cause blood, but if you don't watch it, she could pierce the skin. So definitely have to kind of watch out with that. That's facts. Yeah. I already know how that goes, man. Like I said, and the best cure, once you lose a pet, you got to get a new one. You got to get a new one within, I think, that month, to kind of stop the bleeding in your heart, you know what I mean? To be able to shower that love instead of just, just being in this forever pain. And, I can't imagine just like losing a pet and then not even getting a one for a year. You know what I mean? That would be doing yourself a disservice. You know what I mean? That's big facts, but hopefully you get plenty of time there with your pet. Yeah. Lots of people, tomorrows or Fridays. Nobody's working Thursday typically, or Friday, Saturday or Sunday. Usually it's like a 4-day weekend, and depending on your job. So most people are getting off early tomorrow, 2-3 hours early. So just because it's, Thanksgiving Eve, but your boy is going to keep grinding. I already got my request in for the Patriots and the Vikings. We're going to have Mac Jones and Justin Jefferson. So he'll be working on that thumb for me. That'll be like that 5:00 game on Thanksgiving. And then I'll be doing on Saturday, Ducks and Beavers. And then maybe we'll do WWE or something else. And then we'll be doing some more. But yeah, we'll continue to be grinding it out every day. That's big facts. Sixers 105, Nets 95. 4:20 left in the fourth quarter. Oh, nice jumper. 107-95. Looks like Brooklyn Nets are going to have another loss. And I think Kyrie just was able to come back, finishing his duties with the comments that he made. It's on the road. I mean, it all depends if Bo Nix is healthy, and if we can contain the running game. Martinez, the freshman running back, is a stud. I'm going to have him on my thumb. Martinez and Bo Nix. And like I said, it's going to be a hostile environment. Oregon State is very good this year. There is a real possibility to lose. But again, the goal was to beat Utah. We got to find a way to beat, Oregon State, go to the Pac-12 championship, try to beat USC and spoil their season and see what bowl game that we're going to be eligible for. If Ohio State beats Michigan, then it'll be, if we keep winning, it's going to be probably USC or Oregon versus Michigan, unless Michigan pulls off the upset, and then it'll be probably Ohio State in the Rose Bowl. So we'll kind of wait and see. Yeah, but they're a good team. Like I said, all the Pac-12 teams are good this year that are in the top 6. Like anybody can beat anyone, but really it's going to come down to that health. Oh, nice block. Kyrie with the block, but didn't matter. God, I'm so glad that we don't have Kyrie in Portland. Some players are just like a fucking cancer for a team. Airball by Kyrie. Good job. Good job, Kyrie. And it doesn't really have anything to do with like the flat earth shit, you know what I mean? But just a lot of the comments that Kyrie makes, he's like kind of like Kanye and Antonio Brown. I don't know if they really use their brains or if they are using their brain and they know that they're going to get clickbait and their people are going to, take what they say to heart. But sometimes you got to think before you speak. That's big facts. Lethargic. Well, hopefully she gets better, man. Might as well call them Snowcans. You like that? No worries. Like I said, take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Relax, watch some TV. You know what I mean? And we'll see you back when you're hopefully feeling a little bit better. No worries. Like I said, usually when we have, this Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, when we have stuff that usually if there's no games on after NASCAR and baseball are over, and if I'm not doing like an NBA game, this is just, to kind of just talk about whatever. We can talk about fantasy football, NFL, talk about what's going on in our life. So yeah, take care of yourself. Like I said, we'll still be here. I'm going to grind it out and we're just, just chilling. So no big deal, take care of yourself and get better, or try to get better. Put yourself in a position to feel better. 111.97 Sixers. And I know we'll be getting a few more people with some fantasy football questions. Probably, I would say, within an hour. You know what I mean? If I'm going to be on here for 4 hours, we'll get the same people that have been coming back the last few weeks. And at some point, someone's going to dono based off the advice. At least you would think so. And we're going to get the regulars that are going to donate. But then, eventually we'll get those people, especially if we're helping people get to the playoffs or helping them win games. So that's big facts. How's the weather in Hawaii? I'll give you a question. Yeah, talk soon. How is it in Hawaii, Matt? How's the weather out there? Oh, shit. My boy, Brett, he just got, for the deep fry, the turkey, he just got a deep fryer. So it's all set up or whatever. So I guess they're already starting one, or, maybe a practice run. Sometimes like when they do like a Friendsgiving, you know what I mean, and stuff. But my boy, Brett, that I go to the Ducks games and stuff with, he just sent the message there. Looking good. I got to watch it real quick. Hold up. They just dipped the deep fryer with the turkey in there. You hear it? Oh, shit. It's sizzling. Wow. There we go. I got to message him. There's a lot of heroes in this game. Paul Reed, Okay. God damn, 81. That's wild. That's wild. It was a little bit warmer today. We had a lot of rain. And like I said, for my mental health, I have to get out there and exercise every day. Like, I think I've only missed one day in like 2 or 3 months, just because of the rain. It rained all day, all night, and even late at night. Because sometimes I would go for walks at like 10, 11. I wouldn't really go at midnight, but sometimes if I went like at 11, I'd get back at like midnight, but it would just be kind of relaxing. Just me and Paisley listening to E40, you know what I mean? And just getting our exercise in. So Kevin in the building, what to do? I was going to say, I know we're going to start getting those fantasy football questions in here. We're going to get them on Twitter, and we're going to get them also here on YouTube. So again, if anyone has a Twitter account, do me a solid, like and retweet the stream. It'll help your followers that possibly need some help with fantasy, or just to help people maybe possibly sub to the channel. It'd be something that I would greatly appreciate. What to do, baby? 12-man league. Current quarterbacks are Mariota and Deshaun. And should I bid my last $12 on the fab on TB12? Oh, I don't know, man. Tom Brady's ranked 11th right now. Mariota's 21st, and Deshaun Watson's not even back yet. So, I mean, what other options do you have, Kevin? And how the hell do you only have Mariota and Deshaun? Did you have someone else that got injured? Like, what happened? I need some more backstory with this. Anytime I get people that come from Twitter or that find me on YouTube or that are subscribers to the channel already, who else is available on the wire? And I need some more information. Like, what happened? And what's your record? What are you looking at? Are you trying not to get last place? Are you trying to make the playoffs? Are you in the top 6? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, like I said, you got to get somebody better necessarily than Mariota. Mariota is going to be hit or miss, and he's going against Washington. So he's probably not going to do that well. Probably a good chance he fumbles, maybe gets one pick, maybe some sack lunches. Yum, 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 yum. So Brady hasn't been very good really either, and it's going at Cleveland, but at least it's going to be 10 positions higher. And you probably, both guys probably aren't going to get to 20, but if you're trying to get like a solid 15 points, 16, you might have a better chance with Brady than with Mariota, at least this week. So, but yeah, let me know what else you got available. But I guess, yeah, if you only got $12 left and that's the best that's available, you got to find someone better than Mariota. That's facts. Yeah, anyone that's got questions, always got to hit me with as much information as I can. So, all right, you're 7-4. Okay, third, right? Only rostered 2 QBs, and you dropped Kyler. Damn, why did you drop Kyler, dude? Kyler's not the greatest, right? And he's injured, but I wouldn't have. You dropped Kyler for Deshaun? Is that what you did, dude? I don't know if I would have did that. I would. Yeah. I tried to consult people and whatnot, but damn, dude. Because Kyler hasn't been very good, but very hit or miss and stuff. But if we're talking just someone that can get to 15 points, because it's tough getting to 20 unless you have like Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Tua, Justin Fields, or Burrow, and then right under would be like Geno Smith, and then we'll see if Herbert can go. But 2 QBs, Deshaun's going to be your 14th round keeper. But we don't know what kind of Deshaun Watson you're going to get. You might get a good Deshaun. It might be a bad Deshaun. Carr, Heineke, and Brissett. Shit. Damn, you weren't kidding, man. Yeah, fuck, dude. Fuck. Carr would be 13th going against Seattle. So, him and Devontae Adams could link. Heineke is 18th against Atlanta's booty defense, where he could get a couple touchdowns. And then Jacoby Brissett is not in the top 25. Or no, he is 15th. I didn't even see him there. So you got 15th for Brissett, 18th for Heineke, and then Carr at 13th. You drop Kyler for Carr. I had to keep Deshaun on my roster in order to be the keeper. Damn, bro. Shit. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I've been a Bucks fan since '95, so I mean, we're gonna probably make the playoffs by default. And Godwin did get his first touchdown, so Carr will go to Devontae, but they have no Renfro and no Waller, so there'll be a lot of handoffs to Jacobs and Devontae. But if Devontae has a bad game, Carr might get you like 7 points or 8 points, and you're gonna lose, right? So, yeah, you know what? If you're looking like long term there, let me take a look at what we got here. But yeah, it looks like we are starting to turn the corner. And I don't know how great he's going to play, but we're going to beat everyone in the NFC South to be able to get in at like 9-8, 10-7. And Brady hasn't been good because the offensive line stinks. It's a lot of dinking and doinking. Let me see here. All right, 1 sec here. But yeah, I'd probably use your last 12 on Brady. I mean, if it's only 12 and you need somebody, then I would probably do that. Let me look. So Brady's ranked 18th, which is not very good, but he is going to get a crappy Atlanta defense, so he should be able to torch them. He's averaging 15, and quarterback points have been really tough to get this year. So he's had 10, 9, 14, 25, 19, 13, and then the last 3, and then 11, last 3, 17, 15, 16. So as long as you're okay with 15 to 17 points with an upside of hopefully at least one game in the next 3 weeks above 20, yeah, that probably would be more reliable. Unless you're trying to chase points every week with like a Heineke 1 week, a Carr 1 week, and if you're trying to chase, unless you're trying to get guys on the wire, I'm not sure if anyone else is going to try to get Tom Brady. You might not even have to use your fab, and you might be able to just get him on the wire unless you think someone's going to try to grab him. But I mean, probably drop Mariota, keep Deshaun if you want to keep Deshaun, and then try to bid the 12 on Brady. And if you don't get Brady, then then you can go through whoever you feel is best, Carr, or Heineke. Mariota's going against Washington, so that's a no-go. He can still do pretty good if he's a dual threat, but he's not the same dual threat every game. Yeah, that's probably where I would go. And Carr is so hit or miss too, and you don't have the full complement of the weapons either, unless he goes to Devontae, and Devontae has big numbers for him to make him look good. But yeah, I would probably, if you're just going for a safe 15 to 17 points, then Brady would probably be the one. Try to use your fab, and hopefully if you win. And then if you don't get him, and then you could probably go, I would probably say, let me look at what Heineke's numbers is compared to these other. Let's look. Heineke's only averaging 10. Heineke 14, 22, 13, 5, and 7. So I would stay away from Heineke. And then we go to Carr. Carr is 15.4 average. So Heineke is a no-go. Carr last 3, 18, 17, and 20. And Devontae Adams is starting to, he's had 2 touchdown passes. So Carr would be definitely one with Brady. If you don't get Brady, then I'd probably go Carr. Just based on what I'm looking at. And then let me look at Brissett, because I know he's been able to have some connections there, and he's 16th, and the offense isn't too bad. And Brissett, surprisingly, last 3 games, 20, 16, and 25. So that could be another option. If you end up not getting Brady, you could go with Brissett, because it seems like Brissett has been, doing pretty good. They're going against Tampa D, though. So, you may not want to use them this week, but that could be another person that you could look at. So, if you're looking at the points, sometimes you got to look past name recognition and look at like what have they been doing the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So. Yeah, everyone's starting to, but the offensive line is still beat up. So Brady's not able to go through first progression, second progression, third progression, because the offensive line isn't giving him time. That's why Godwin's first touchdown was last week. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. He gets me, like 10 to 17 points every week, but I barely started him because I got Jay Jetta and I got D-Hop. So I'm not going to – I only play 2 wide receivers. I use a running back for my flex. So roster down the stretch, full PPR, Brady and Deshaun, Alvin Kamara, okay, Aaron Jones, T. Higgins, Olave, Schultz, Bills D, Bass, flex options, 2 flexes. Okay, Rashad White, Cooks, Pickens, Jeff Wilson, and then Pacheco. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just have to be able to keep upgrading those positions to see what fits you best. Always look at the matchups, look at what's happening in the last 2 to 3 weeks. All about targets and attempts. You know, you want to be able to look at that as well. So, oh, I don't know about that. 4 touchdowns is asking too much, bro. Maybe, and they're going to run the ball a lot and play defense. I think a 3. 2 to 3. I'm not sure if you're going to get a 4 touchdown game out of Brady. That would be nice. If we could get that, but I mean, if our offensive line was more healthy, maybe I could see that, but I don't even think he's had a 4 touchdown game all year. Let me look at his stats. I mean, I think his most is 3. 2 to 3 touchdowns. So let's look. Yeah, his most he's ever had is 3, and he's only done it once this year. That was against Kansas City in week 4. So he's had 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 2. So you have to be remembering, if you're going to go for a guy that's not going to use his legs at all, there's a chance that he only gets 1 touchdown pass. So you got to pray that he gets enough yards to get you to 15 to 18 points. Sometimes he will, sometimes he won't. Yeah, but I don't think that's out of the question, bro. If our offensive line was healthy, maybe, but we like to run the ball and play good defense. And even with Godwin and Evans, it's not Gronk isn't there. This is not the same team, Super Bowl caliber team that we've had in the last couple years. So just being honest. Oh, dude, I would crush everybody. I could go Cynthia Freeland, Mina Kimes, or any of the people that they have on there. Because like I said, some people read and some people watch film and others don't really. Said Carr will be your second option if I don't get Brady. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be the move that I would go to. I think I would go there. And then if you don't get Carr, then maybe, I would look at Jacoby Myers at some point. Obviously we know Deshaun's coming back pretty soon. But we don't really know what we're going to get out of Deshaun either. So. It's nothing to do with ego, bro. Nothing to do with ego. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't throw touchdown passes. You know what I'm saying? Even if he has a good release, imagine if you have an offensive line and 4 of the main guys are not there anymore. Ego aside, even if he was younger, you know what I mean? It's not about ego. They're just trying to stay afloat. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not the same type of team. And Brady's more of a team player rather than ego and stats. Yeah, he wants to be able to get rings, but he knows it's a team game. And if you don't have good, solid, balanced offense, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to matter. And the defense hasn't been very good. Offensive line has been shaky. Yeah, we got Evans and Godwin, but remember, we don't got that check down guy, in Gronk anymore. So I disagree with that statement, though. Nothing to do with ego. 0. Samuel Nash in the building. What to do? Full PPR. Saquon, Stevenson, Pollard, Montgomery, Mostert, Jay Jetta, CD, Sutton, Rondale Moore, Njoku, Lamar, and Fields. Who should I start? Who should I start? 1 flex, any trade. Hold on 1 sec. I gotta 1 sec here. Okay. Obviously, if that's, you got good running backs there. So Saquon, Stevenson, Pollard, all those guys can be pretty big, heavy hitters, even though I have Saquon on my team. I'm 10-1. So if you have any idea, like I said, I've made almost 90 transactions. This week, Saquon is number 2. Stevenson's number 9. Even though Tony Pollard sometimes will split carries, he's still the man. 18th. Montgomery's 19th. So I wouldn't, if you got Jay Jetta. So how does the lineup look? Is it just traditional, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, 1 flex, right? And then defense, kicker, tight end, and just like that? So, you're going to probably go Justin Fields, over Lamar. like I said, because even with Fields' injury, I mean, you got to be able to pay attention to what's going on. But Lamar actually is number 5, though, this week. It's against Jacksonville. But I don't know. Like, I don't really trust Lamar. He started off being very good the first few weeks, and then he's been like the 13th rated quarterback since then. So if Justin Fields can go and he's healthy, I like Fields with more upside than Lamar. But Lamar is 5th. Fields is 6th. So if it's me, and if I'm doing a flex, I'm probably going Saquon RB1, Stevenson RB2, and then I'm probably going Tony Pollard in my flex, over like Montgomery or Mostert. And then you're doing Jay Jetta and probably, let me look to see what the options here. If Njoku, Rondale Moore has got the growing, so that's not an option there. So you just have to make a decision between Lamar and Fields, but normally I'm going Fields as long as he can go. And then I guess you're going to be going with CD, who's 8th, with Jay Jetta. So I would go, if it was me, I would go Fields, and you can evaluate with Lamar if you like Lamar and if you feel that Justin Fields is, too injured and you want to go that route. Again, Lamar is 5th, Fields is 6th this week. So, you can do your decision. If it's me, I'm going Fields. But Fields, Saquon, Stevenson, and then Jay Jetta, CD. I guess if you have Njoku and that's all you got, I don't know who you have for defense or kicker. And then I'm probably going Tony Pollard at the flex. That's what I'm doing. Oh, no, bro. I mean, you got to understand. One guy went to the Bengals, right? Got Kappa. One guy, Ali Marpet, retired. We got Tristan Wirfs, but you got to understand, maybe we end up getting Jensen back sooner than later, but the offensive line is nowhere near. I mean, I got to be able to see the health with him, but even if he does come back, I mean, he's one of the top 5 centers in the league, but I don't know if they would sacrifice him if he comes back too early. That could affect him for next year. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything really new with that, but I mean, you got to think we have like one good offensive lineman. We used to have 5. You know what I'm saying? So one guy went to the Bengals, one guy retired. Gronk, another guy that we use as a blocker primarily, except for a receiving third down tight end. He's no longer on the team. So you got to think 4 out of the 5 or 4 out of the 6 aren't there or are injured. So 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. So Justin Fields, and then Justin Fields, Saquon, and Stevenson. And then you're going to go Jay Jetta and CD. And then at flex, you're going to go Tony Pollard. I got you. And then also let's take a quick peek at Lamar. Just to, because like I said, Lamar is one of those guys, if he's a dual threat, he can do it. But let me look at Lamar real quick here. Not Lamar Miller, Lamar Jackson. So Lamar is 6th. He's averaging 21. Let's look. So his last 4 are 10, 21, 17, and 15. Okay. And as long as Justin Fields can go, I have Justin Fields. So as long as he can go, Justin Fields last 5 games, 23, 26, 42, 39, and 22. So Keenan Allen or Christian Kirk? All right, Hudbolt, let me see. All right, Keenan Allen is ranked 19th, but we saw the Arizona defense get fucking torched. And then we got Christian Kirk 18th against Baltimore. That's very neck and neck. Let me take a quick peek at the I got to look at the stats to look at the kind of the projected, because I mean, when you get someone that's ranked right next to each other, it could go either way. Let's look at Christian Kirk. He's ranked 9th overall as a position rank, which is very good, 16.1 average. So his last 5, 10, 17, 7, 21, and 32. 5, 10, 7, 9, and 12. So he's obviously a big time target. And then let's go to Keenan Allen. And let's see what Christian Kirk is projected for. 14. Okay. And then let's go to Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's ranked 121st because he's been injured, 8.7 average. And he's put up one game of 12.4. So if it's me, I'm going Christian Kirk because Christian Kirk has been healthy. He's been doing it all year. And I know Justin Herbert will be able to go to Keenan Allen because Keenan Allen get a touchdown or two this week. It's very possible. But if I'm going safe, I'm going to go probably Christian Kirk. And if Keenan Allen gets more points, so be it. But at least you know you got a guy that's number 9 ranked instead of going with a guy that might re-aggravate his injury, or might have a bad game. So if it's me, I'm going to be going with Christian Kirk. $10 in donos. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's go. And like I said, they'll trickle in from Twitter and obviously from YouTube and like Facebook and stuff like that with the questions. So yeah, the thing that worries me though is, like I said, I mean, I could be in first place, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm not just like crowning myself the fucking champion. Because like I said, I looked at, the playoff week 1, and it's almost like unfair. Like literally everyone on my squad, even the bench guys, are all red. Like, how the hell am I supposed to win in the playoffs when all my guys are red? So if I end up winning the championship this year, I will be doing something that I don't think I've ever done before. I mean, I'm usually have bad weeks sometimes in the playoffs, but this might be like the worst that I've ever seen. I have one guy in green, Herbert, another guy that's like even, no color, and Jacoby Myers, and everyone else that's rostered's in red. So 5-2 Suns over the Lakers. And hopefully we'll get some more goats to come through. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be about fantasy football. Most people know that, but figured I'd try to help some people out. And hopefully we can get some support. We already know Sarah supports. 5-2 Suns over the Lakers. Tanner in the building. What to do? Full PPR. Okay. What does your team look like? So that way I can see your depth, to see what you have. Type out your whole team for me. All your players that are in your starting lineup and then the players that you have on your bench. So that way I can kind of see like what you have for depth. So if you get rid of Miles Sanders, if you get rid of him, what are you, like what's available, on the wire? And then, like I said, who are you personally like looking at yourself? So that way I can give you a good kind of, gauge if it's a good option or not. So Miles Sanders is ranked 22 this week against Green Bay, but let me look at the stats. I don't know if I would get rid of Miles Sanders. I mean, I guess it just depends on who you're looking at, or if you have a need at tight end and your tight end sucks or you need depth and you have like 5 other running backs. So it really depends on that type of information. And once you give me that information, I'll be able to give you, some good advice. So look at Miles Sanders' numbers. All right, so Miles Sanders is ranked 19th. His average points is 12.8, which is good for RB2 numbers or a flex. 18, 11, 5, 29, 8, 14, and then 13, 15. But the last 2 games, he's only put up 5. So that is a little alarming that he's only put up 5 in back-to-back weeks. But you got to think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 good games, 3 bad games, and 1 like so-so game. So, I mean, you're going to get kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And once you type out your team, you'll let me know. God, I can't even watch this basketball, dude. NXT is on in like an hour. I mean, I guess if I have to watch this fucking NBA game, I think I might would rather watch this. What do we got? Pac-12. What do we got? Utah and Oregon replay. Maybe I'll watch that. Utah. I can't watch this basketball. This NBA is just trash. All right, so I can watch Oregon and Utah again, or USC, UCLA, or I can watch the Chiefs and the Chargers. All right, I'm going to watch USC and UCLA. I'm going to do some scouting on USC. And it's right in the beginning of the game. It's still 0-0, and they scored a shitload of points. So much better than watching some shit NBA. Fourth down and 1. Oh, flag on the play. Actually, I'm going to go see what the Chiefs is doing here. Let's go back to that. All right. I'm going to do Chiefs Chargers. It's got like a quarter left. Let's go, baby. 2016 Chargers over the Chiefs. The Chargers could actually just have better coaching and just not have that injury bug every year. I mean, they could have a breakout year, but it just seems like whenever we try to hype them up, something always fucking happens. Like the team that's got the worst luck in the NFL, it's the Chargers every single year. Shotgun set for Mahomes. Nice pass. Sky Moore. First down. Chiefs. Let's go, baby. Quarterback is Jalen Hurts. Okay. Starting running backs are Josh Jacobs, Joe Mixon, and Jeff Wilson. Okay. Yeah, so you don't even need Miles Sanders. You got plenty of depth. And even though Jeff Wilson is like a guy that sometimes he'll get a lot of carries, sometimes not so much, but he's kind of like a Tony Pollard where you can get 15 to 20 points out of a Jeff Wilson. So, yeah, you don't even really necessarily need Miles Sanders because Wilson's like 17th. Mixon's always up there kicking ass, taking names, even though he's questionable. He's 11th. And then Josh Jacobs, I got him on my team. He's 6th. So wide receivers are CD and Amari Cooper. Tight end is Austin Hooper. Yeah, you need to get rid of Miles Sanders and try to get a better tight end. My wide receivers on their bench are Ayuk, Watson, and Slayton. Yeah, so you probably would, Amari Cooper, you're probably not going to want to necessarily play him, in the starting position like Christian Watson. It looks like he's getting some looks there. So, like for this week, let's take a quick peek to see what we got. But CeeDee Lamb is ranked 8th. Let's see what Amari's ranked 22nd. And what else do we got? And then you got Watson, 33rd, and then Slayton is starting to get some looks. And Slayton is 38th. Pacheco and Miles Sanders, backup tight end is you need to really upgrade because the McBride's not even worth rostering. backup is Fields. So you got a pretty good team, but your tight ends suck, and I think you know that. So Hurts and Fields is great to go back and forth. I got on my 10-1 team right now. I'll just break down like with my roster. And you got a pretty good team. I got Fields, Herbert, and Geno Smith. So I got Fields, Chubb, Barkley, Jefferson, DeAndre Hopkins, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs, Cowboys D, Jason Myers, projected for 140. And then I got Herbert, Godwin, Bills D, Geno Smith, Cole Kmet, Jacoby Myers. So, no, that's no problem. I'm glad that you are providing me the information, because like the more information you give me, then I can see is like Miles Sanders, your RB2 or flex, and you're going to be fucked if you get rid of him, or you just have him on the bench and you don't really give a shit about him. I'm not sure if anyone's going to trade for him though, because he's just put up 2 5-point games. So if you want to like drop him and substitute him on the wire for someone else, you could always go that route if you don't want him. I mean, he's probably still has some value. There's going to be games where Miles probably gets 10 to 20 points, but if you need a tight end, I'm not sure if anyone's going to trade you a good quality tight end. I don't know what you got on the wire, but I probably wouldn't even roster Austin Hooper or McBride. I mean, who's on the wire right now that you can get, dude? No worries, man. Like I said, people do this all the time. And like I said, for me to be able to give good advice, like I said, I'm one of the people that will actually, people will pay me, because like I said, I never finish lower than the top 3, and I made like 90 transactions. So second place in the league is made like 39. So it's all about putting in that effort and doing a lot of reading and whatnot. So, but let me know what else is on the wire. But as far as tight ends are concerned, if your tight end is fucking Austin Hooper and McBride, that's fucking bad, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Hooper's 20th. And McBride's 24th. You got to, I wouldn't even roster either one of those guys. I would dump both of them and then try to find others that are going to be better. But I don't know who's available in your league. You want to write down who's available on the wire, and I can tell you who I would try to target, because those two are not even worth rostering, in my opinion. Bronson in the building. What do? Do I trade Zeke for Amari Cooper and Mike Evans? What does the rest of the team look like? I need to be able to look to see who else you have at running back. So if you lose Zeke and you're thin at wide receiver, then you can go that route. I need to be able to see that, but a 2-for-1. Let me look at the numbers real quick. I would say that just looking at it, I would say I would probably end up doing that, but I need to see, like, is Zeke your RB1? Is he your RB2? I need to see some more information. So Zeke is position rank 32, and Pollard is starting to get more looks than him. So he's put up 5, 14, 10, 7, 15, 17, injured, and then 17.7 in his last game. So he's ranked 32nd. And like I said, if you have plenty of other running backs and you're thin at wide receiver, then you may want to do that, especially if it's a 2-for-1. Amari Cooper is ranked 10th, 16 points per game. And 4, 25, 23, 1, 20, 14, 10, 22, 6, and 31. And then obviously we know Mike Evans is going to put up some numbers there. So let's see here. And Mike Evans is position ranked 20th, 14.9, 18, 9, 30, 12, 8, 18, 18, 9, and 10. So just based off those numbers, more than likely, it's one or the other. It's not a 2-for-1. I was going to say, Jesus, 2-for-1 for Zeke. Like, who's doing that? But it's Cooper or Evans, not Cooper and Evans for Zeke. That makes more sense. You kind of leaning towards Evans. What's the rest of the team look like, though? Last 4 games for Mike Evans. And like I said, Godwin hasn't got in the end zone one time this year. Evans has only gone in the end zone 3 times this year. So it shows you the offensive line stinks. But the points are still pretty much there. Last 4 games, 18, 18, 9, and 10. Targets, 15, 11, 11, 6. And again, he's ranked 20th. Let me go Amari. And Amari is 20, 14, 10, 22, 6, and 31. If it's me, I'm going Amari Cooper over Evans. I'm a Bucs fan. I've been a Bucs fan since 95. Brady isn't able to get a lot of touchdowns. That should tell you something. You know, if Brady only has 3 touchdowns to Evans and 1, yeah, they're going to get targets and looks, but it's got a lot of dinks and doinks, and they might be able to get like a fade route, you know, but they're going to run the ball towards the red zone a lot as well, whether it's Rachaad White or if it's going to be Leonard Fournette. But based off what I'm seeing, Amari Cooper would be the better one to grab than Evans. Evans is more popular, and it's the Buccaneers, but Amari Cooper is putting up more stats and is more consistent. You have to look at the stats and the targets on what you're looking at. But again, like, This is Amari Cooper's numbers last 4 games, 10, 22, 6, and 31, 4, 7, 3, and 12. So some of the targets are less, but look at Amari Cooper's touchdowns. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 last game, 7. So you have a better chance of getting big points with Amari, even if it's Jacoby Brissett or Deshaun Watson. So I'm going Amari Cooper in that trade if I'm going with that trade. So. You know, you always have to look at those type of numbers. And there's a chance that Evans starts hitting the end zone with Godwin on this back stretch? Of course, there's always that chance. You know what I mean? But like, that's where I would go. Sometimes you don't go for the popular name, Mike Evans. You got to go with the guy that maybe is more productive, that's going to get a better chance to get in the end zone. Even though Evans is getting a lot of targets, if you watch Bucs games, a little 5-yard slants ain't going to do shit. You know, Amari Cooper can get you the big points. So, it's not like Evans can't, you know, but Evans needs to score, you know, while he gets like the 12 targets. So that way, instead of putting up, you know, 12, he puts up 25. But he hasn't been able to get in the end zone that much this year because our offensive line stinks. So, ooh, tuna patty. Ooh, that sounds good. Well, you're up in Hawaii, so. Tanner, my wire is terrible for tight end. Top 3, Logan Thomas, Conklin, and Noah Fant. What happened with the tight ends? Did you just forget? You did realize that tight end is the thinnest position in the NFL? It's like Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, and then good luck. Like, even with me, and I have Mark Andrews, I normally roster 2 to 3 tight ends no matter what, even if I had Kelce, not only to block the other people, but also to have options. And then Andrews did get hurt. Did you have someone that was like a Kyle Pitts and he got hurt? Like, what happened? What happened with your team? Because the rest of the team is pretty fire, but the tight ends was neglected, and it's probably killing you. Oh, and Foster, God, that's not good, bro. My goodness. Logan Thomas, shit. 17th ranked. Conklin was good with Flacco, you know, at the beginning of the year, but Zach Wilson sucks. You know, he's not doing anything. So, shit, man, I feel bad for you. Noah Fant, 16th against a Raider defense. That could get you something, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But Jesus. McBride. Yeah, I would probably dump McBride and Hooper, right? Drop probably both of those. And then I would probably try to grab Logan Thomas and Noah Fant for those 2. So do Trey McBride for Noah Fant, like on your, you know, your wire, you know, and then I would do, where's the other one? And then Austin Hooper for Logan Thomas. I probably would try to swap those 2 to get 2 that are slightly higher, you know, and to see where it goes. I mean, obviously, tight ends are very thin, but that's where I would go. I would go Logan Thomas and Fant and drop the 2 that you have. Try to substitute those 2 for the other 2, and hopefully you can get those. Foster is ranked 10th. So Foster, you might want to try to pick up. So maybe Foster and Foster number 1, and then probably, if you're just talking about this week, are you talking about this week or are you talking about long term? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you trying to get points just for this week, or are you looking for like what's going to happen later? Let me look. because Foster's ranked 29th, and he's like 5'9", 4, 13, and 4. So it's not very good there either. Let me go Logan, Thomas, 5.5. I mean, all these motherfuckers are just like 0, 0, 3, and 11. That's not good either. And then what else? Noah Fant. Let me look here. And then Noah Fant, 6.7. It's slightly higher. But again, 1, 3, 14, and 6. I mean, it's like these other tight ends. It's you're going to get one, and then if you're going to get 10 points once every 4 weeks, and you just got to pray it's like this week. You know, I mean, that's how it is for these tight ends that are ranked. Below 12. It's like it's going to be really, really hit or miss. You had Zach Ertz, and you drafted Kyle Pitts. Damn, and both of them are injured. That's tough. That is tough. Yeah, but fuck, man. Yeah, none of them are good. I mean, it's pretty much you're just chasing points, and at that point and seeing what you can get. So now that makes a little bit more sense. So you had guys like you drafted Pitts, and then Ertz as your backup, and now they both got fucking injured. So peanut butter and raisin. Remember that one time where I had to do like peanut butter with no jelly? I was like all poor and shit. Oh man, that was rough. Or no, I had like the raviolis out of the can and shit, but it wasn't even like the good kind. It was like a ghetto brand. Long term. All right, Noah Fant is 22nd rank. 29th. Let me look at the targets, 9, 5, 4, and 3. And let's look at Logan Thomas. I mean, Logan did put up an 11.5, which is a decent sign. So I would probably go Logan Thomas as one of the guys that I would try to get out of the two that you can drop that you currently have. So I would probably, let's see, Austin Hooper. Let me look at Austin. Hold on. I got to look at stats here. One sec. Maybe you want to, you might have to keep who you have because, like I said, all these options are just not very good. But Hooper is 25th. But he did have a big 19.6 game and a 9 before that. So let me take that back. After looking at what's there, and if we're talking not just one game long term, keep Austin Hooper because he's the best one that you got. And then I would probably drop Trey McBride, right? So keep Austin Hooper as your one. You have to. You have no choice. You have to do that. And then with Trey McBride, I would drop Trey. Okay. Drop Trey McBride, go Hooper as one option, right? And then I would go Austin Hooper 1, keep him, and then swap out the other for Logan Thomas. I think those would be the two strongest that you would have for the rest of the year. So Logan Thomas, you're going to want to do for McBride. So make that move, McBride for Logan Thomas. So that way you can rotate between Hooper and Logan, but you're probably going to play Hooper more just based off, if Tannehill's there, and they, he did go to the tight ends. He had a pretty good game. You just got to ride that momentum. All the rest of the tight ends that are going to be ranked like 15 and below, it's really hit or miss. So keep Hooper, grab Logan Thomas, drop McBride. That's my advice. After looking at all the stats and all the numbers, that's what I'm doing. Fuck Conklin, fuck Fant, fuck all those other guys. Hopefully that'll help you out. Fuck Moreau. And then Ertz, fuck him. And fuck Kyle Pitts for getting injured for you. Sorry about that, man. Does that make sense, Tanner? That's probably going to be your best bet. I mean, it's not ideal, but for the remainder of the year, rotating between Hooper and Thomas gives you a better shot than, and then if you want to drop Thomas and, chase points each week, whoever's got the best matchup. Foster is 10th, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily going to get in the end zone. But also remember, they don't have Waller. They don't have Hunter Renfrow. So it's going to be Jacobs and Devontae Adams. So at some point, Foster Moreau is going to get in the end zone. But if you're talking long term, not just for 1 week, then I'm probably going to be Hooper, start him, and then you're going to go Logan. And if you get sick and tired of Logan, right, then maybe try to chase the points. Like if you're trying to chase the points this week, Foster is ranked 10th, but there's no guarantee he gets in the end zone. He might, but he could also put up 1 point. So I think as you look at the points, you have to look at targets and projection. And you're right. God, you got fucked, man. Like not a lot of options there, but I think that's probably what you're thinking as well. So keep him, keep Austin Hooper. That's going to be your best option. And then, like I said, try to get rid of McBride, and then you can choose whoever you think is best, moving forward. But, probably Logan or Foster Moreau is probably going to be what you're going to want to do. I got you, bro. No problem. Like I said, that's why I need all the information. So, Jimmy, well, obviously the Niners, like I said, that's the biggest threat to the Eagles making it to the Super Bowl. That would probably be the funnest NFC championship game, Niners-Eagles, because you wouldn't know. I mean, if the Niners can execute and Jimmy doesn't have that fucked up fourth quarter, they could beat the Eagles, but the Eagles are the best team, but they have been struggling in the last 2 weeks. We'll see if they can put it together. No problem, bro. I got you. All right. Report from Justin Fields. Eberflus didn't elaborate on the nature of the left non-throwing shoulder. So we'll find out more information tomorrow. But like I said, if I can't use, Justin Fields, I have Herbert and I got Geno Smith, so I'm fine. And that's why I got that depth. Anytime you have an injury, you want to make sure you have 3 options. When Mark Andrews got hurt, I had 3 tight ends. When Justin Herbert got hurt, I made sure to have 3 quarterbacks. You always want to make sure you have options. Yeah, and like I said, I've been 10th on the wire every week because I'm always making moves after the wire, like in the middle of the night. So I'm always priority number 10. I'm never first, but I still am 10-1. I can still find the gems, and like I said, it just depends on how much work you put in. Are we talking long-term or are we talking just like for a game, Brian? Broncos defense is number 1 this week against Carolina. It's going to be Sam Darnold. You're not going to want to pick up Chiefs defense. No, keep the Broncos. They're number 1 this week. Trust me. That's where you're going to want to go. Broncos offense sucks. The team sucks. Russell Wilson sucks. Nathaniel Hackett sucks. But the Bronco D actually isn't too bad. And they're ranked number 1 this week. And it's a new quarterback. So if it was Baker, then you'd be really feasting. Or PJ Walker. But Darnold's first game, there's going to be a chance for 10 to 20 points with the Broncos D. So they're going to be hit or miss, but you have to see who they're playing. At Carolina with a brand new quarterback, and like I said, if you can just stop Dante Foreman, you're fine. They're not going to be able to do anything with DJ Moore. Darnold sees ghosts. If you get pressure, it's going to be hit or miss, but they're ranked number 1 this week. Dolphins 2, Colts 3, Cowboys 4. You know what I mean? Chiefs are 5. And I guess if you wanted to do Chief defense, but do the Chiefs get a lot of sack lunches and a lot of picks? You know what I mean? Not really. I mean, the Chiefs is number 5 this week, but I wouldn't drop the Broncos. I would add the Chiefs and drop a shit player you have on the bench if you want, options. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't drop Broncos for Chiefs. You'd be fucked because the Broncos normally have like a top 10 defense overall. Let's look at the defense. Denver defense is ranked 11th. All right, overall, 6.7 points per game. Okay, 7, 8, 17, 1, 13, 6, 6, 7, 4, -2. One bad game doesn't dictate a whole season. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, yeah, you want to get people that get like more than 10 points. It's not happening in fantasy this year. You just have to try to get hopefully 7 points or more, 7, 8. If you get 10 or more, great. But -2 was bad. I get it. But Carolina this week, there's a chance where they could, possibly get 8 points or more this week. So, you know what I'm saying? And we get in fantasy football, Brian, you're like me. When someone does you dirty and you start someone, and they give you a 0 or a -2, or they shit the bed, you hold it against them. It's like that friend that lied to you. You don't forgive and forget, but a lot of times, we can't really forgive when someone shits the bed on you and does bad, especially when you needed that to win. We hold a grudge against the people we pick up on the wire. Like, I just picked this fucking defense in, I put him in, or I got Graham Gano because obviously Myers had a bye, right? Motherfucker put up a 0. Thank God I still won because the other guy was fucking not doing what he was supposed to be doing. But you know what I mean? You have to look long term. You know what I mean? Who do you have on defense for like the roster? Only Broncos, or do you have 2 defenses? And then, like, for example, Chiefs defense, right? No one's going to pick up normally the Chiefs defense. Chiefs defense is projected for 8.1, but they're 17th ranked, right? So their numbers have been a little bit better, though, as of late. 5, 7, 9, 3, 0, 0. But the last 4 weeks, 10, 6, 6, and 8. So 5 sack lunches, 1 forced fumble, and a pick. So if you wanted to go with the Chiefs, you could, but I wouldn't swap Broncos for Chiefs long term, because long term Broncos are going to give you a better chance to, keep you afloat. Because if you play the Chiefs defense every week, you might get fucked, on some of the weeks. So, it's all about matchups. Just because they crap the bed once doesn't mean it's they're going to crap the bed the rest of the season, unless they have certain players that are injured and they start trending in a backwards area. But if I'm looking at the Chiefs, 10, 6, 6, and 8 as the last 4, right? And they're 5th this week, right? And then the Broncos are ranked 11th, right? Overall, 6.7 average. And their last 4 hasn't been as good, right? Last 5, 6, 6, 7, 4, and -2. So you just have to hope that they can turn it around. But if you aren't trusting Denver, keep them. Pick up Kansas City D. Start them instead, even though Broncos are number 1 ranked this week. It's up to you. Even though they've been not doing very well the last 4 weeks, they're just preying on the new quarterback situation to get you 10 points, right? And people wouldn't have them number 1 unless they thought that they were going to be able to feast on Sam Darnold, right? But again, if Dante, Foreman goes for 2 touchdowns and 120 yards, you're probably not going to get, 10 points. You're probably going to be getting like 4 or 5. So it's totally up to you. And it depends if Stafford plays or not. No Cooper Kupp. They just released Darrell Henderson. So the Chiefs defense does have a chance to get 6 to 8 points. So kind of up to you. Come on, man. He already is a great coach. And I even predicted that even before the season started. He already is a great coach. OC for the Rams, won a Super Bowl. He's like McVay and Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, not a good coach in the long run. He's a great coach already, elite. I mean, if the Minnesota Vikings had Zimmer, do you think they would have the record they would have right now? Hell no. They'd be like, 6-5, 7-5, something like, 6-5 record, something like that. They're not going to be what they are now. They would be just slightly above 500, more than likely. Nice catch by Keenan Allen. But that is something to look at, though, for the Broncos defense, though. 6, 6, 7, 4, and -2 isn't good. They haven't had a double-digit game since week 5. Now, they started off the year really good, 7, 8, 17, 1, and 13, and then have been kind of declining, 6, 6, 7, 4, and -2. But the crazy thing is, the Broncos aren't giving up a lot of points. 17, 9, 10, 26, 12, 19, 16, 17, 17, and 22. So they're not giving up a lot. You know what I mean? But yeah, I know. I sometimes I have 2 or 3. I mean, it just depends on if you want to win. Sometimes you have to have 2 kickers. Sometimes you got to have 2 or 3 defenses. What's the point of having 7 wide receivers if you're never going to play, Jacoby Myers or Curtis Samuel? It's important you have your starters and you have a backup wide receiver and a backup running back. But if you're thin at defense, grab 2 or 3, and so that way you can rotate. That's how you win championships. Sarah with a 10er. Appreciate you. a little bit of a slow night. Hopefully we get more people to come through. And you know how much I appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Hopefully we can at least get to half of our goal, if not the whole goal. And hopefully we can get some more people to come through. Thank you so much. Appreciate you more than you know. All right, Sarah, what do you want to see for photos while we're just waiting? And if you have anything else that you want to discuss, baseball, football, stories. I mean, when it's slow, got to kind of keep the flow going until we get some goats. And, some of the regular goats aren't really showing up on a regular basis, which is really hurting us, tremendously. So, it's some people would come every day. Now we're not getting those people every day. So we just got to keep hustling and keep grinding. And then hopefully we can get to a point where we get people where I'm giving out, because that shows you with fantasy football people, they're cheap as hell. You know what I mean? They don't they just want all the information for free. You know what I mean? But again, like for people like I feel like me or like Matthew Berry, these are people that you can pay and actually get advice that's going to help you win, not just, asking a question and someone answering it, like 5 seconds later. So, but hopefully once we keep doing this, down the road, maybe next year, then we'll start getting some people that will actually appreciate, the hard work that I'm putting in. Because it's not like I'm just like, well, I'm just winging it. This is a lot of research, film study. And like I said, my, resume speaks for itself in fantasy football. $20. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. That's up to you, bro. Like I said, YouTube is brutal. If you're not mentally strong, it's going to break you. You know what I mean? Look at me, bro. I'm at like 20,000 subscribers, and sometimes we have less than 20 people. You know what I mean? Like some people cannot handle this. A lot of people would quit, not getting the proper numbers, not getting the proper subs, not getting the proper people in the room, proper donos. You know what I'm saying? You have to be really fucking mentally strong to do this fucking job and to be, to persevere. You know what I mean? Not to let the numbers affect you, but a lot of numbers are, that's what people look at, especially me. I'm an analytical guy, stats and analytics. So, I mean, a lot of times it sucks, dude. You know what I mean? But if you're not mentally strong, like I said, most people, quit their YouTube channel or, they don't even keep up with it. You got to think I've probably put in thousands of hours. You know what I mean? I've put up more than 1,500, videos, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of blood, sweat, and tears. Michael Jordan rookie card worth $20,000, $30,000 sacrificed, for 6 people in the room. Most people would not be able to handle this, bro. And that's totally up to you. You know what I mean? But I would only do it if you, are going to commit. If you're not going to commit to it, I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Because the only way you're going to be successful is if you commit and if you're really strong-minded and you're not weak-minded, because YouTube will chew you up and spit you out just like Twitch. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I have one of the best channels on YouTube, but they fucking hate on me. They've been hating on me for the last 4 years. So, I just have to keep grinding, and hopefully we get the right people in the room and we can get, the right, growth, but it all depends on who it is, because like I said, we've already been over 20K twice, but I've had to boot out hundreds of people just based off, trolls and, people being extra. So. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could drop both of those people for defenses. You want to always make sure you have options if you want to be good in fantasy. Even if you have a good record right now, you don't want to have to go to the playoffs and have like Denver D and it's like Kansas City and you're fucked and they give you -2 or 1 and then you lose in your fantasy matchup by 5 points. And all it would have took is just having 2 or 3 defenses. And the thing is, you always, most people that do fantasy, they do it by, I'm going to have quarterback, right? And then running back, wide receiver heavy, right? To win in fantasy, you got to have 2 or 3 tight ends, right? No matter if you have Kelsey or Mark Andrews, you need to make sure you have that. Sometimes having 2 kickers is okay. And sometimes having 2 or 3 defenses is okay. Because are you really going to use, are you really going to use fucking Gallup ever? No, it's just insurance. If a guy has a bye or he gets injured, are you really going to use Reynolds? No, but you could use a defense. You got to be able to get pieces that you're going to use now. So that means if you have a bad kicking matchup, drop those fuckers, get another kicker, get points now. You're trying to win. It's a week-to-week basis. You're trying to win week to week. So just because everyone else and their mom doesn't have 2 kickers or 3 defenses, I've never finished lower than third. I'm 10-1. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've rostered 3 tight ends, 2 kickers. You know what I mean? Like, I got 3 quarterbacks. You know, and anytime a guy gets hurt, as soon as Herbert got hurt, you know, I had Cousins in the draft, dropped him, right? Picked up, who else did I pick up? After Cousins, I picked up, let me look at the quarterbacks here to see. Because I had Cousins drafted with Herbert, but then I also had, who else did I have? I'm looking to see. Goff. I had Goff for like a week or 2, dropped him. Then I got Geno Smith, got him, and then that was my backup, and I was going to have to play him over Herbert because once Herbert got hurt, he was getting like 12 points a game, and I need more. So then I got Geno, and Geno was getting me about 17 to 19, which is money. And then I just got Justin Fields a few weeks back, and that pretty much, you got to have options. You never want to just sit with one defense and one kicker. If you have one defense and one kicker, you're never going to win a fantasy football championship ever, unless you're extremely lucky. And like even with me, I have Bills D, but I also have Cowboys D. And I got Cowboys D, number 1, number 2 defense. You know what I mean? Like I got Cowboys D week 1 on the wire because I knew with Micah Parsons that they would be good. I was thinking about drafting them, but they were available and I scooped them. And like I said, you have to have a really, really good draft. But on top of that, you need to be able to pick up guys. So for example, my team, Justin Fields, right? I picked him up. Chubb, drafted. Saquon, drafted. Justin Jefferson, drafted. Number 2 overall. D-Hop, drafted. Mark Andrews, drafted. Josh Jacobs, drafted. Cowboys D, week 1 on the wire. Jason Myers, on the wire. Justin Herbert, drafted. Godwin, drafted. Bills D, drafted. Geno Smith, on the wire. Cole Kmet, on the wire. Jacoby Myers, on the wire. So half of my team, that's a superstar team on the starters and bench, I picked up. I made almost 90 moves. I'm 10-1. The person that has the second most moves has under 40. You know what I mean? Or you can be lucky like someone like Sarah, who's second place in the league at 7-3, right? 7-3, 8-3 record, right? And she's made less than 15 moves, but she's got an extremely deep team where she hasn't really had to make a lot of moves. She just has to hope that she doesn't have injuries, right? So with her team, this is her team, and she hasn't made a lot of moves, but she hasn't really had to. She's 8-3. She's only made 10 moves. So to only make 10 moves is incredibly low, as we have a bot come in here, of course. Fuck out of here. All right. And her team, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Jeff Wilson that I had, and then she got him, right? Tyreek Hill, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kelsey, Gabe Davis, Colts D just recently, and Daniel Carlson. And 90% of that lineup is drafted because we drafted right next to each other. And then she has Mike Williams on the bench, Kareem Hunt, Buccaneers D, Make 'em Puke, Brandon Ayuk, Trevor Lawrence, Gesicki, Pickens. So she doesn't really have to, do as much because she can rely normally on Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Kareem Hunt, or Jeff Wilson, Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, or Mike Williams, Kelsey, Gabe Davis at flex, Buccaneer D or Colt D, and then Carlson. So 90% of the lineup is already there. She's going to have some bad matchups, and she got on a little bit of a losing streak. But that's the one case where you can have less than 20 moves on the wire where you can win the championship because she drafted so strongly with Josh Allen, drafted. Jonathan Taylor, drafted. Tyreek, drafted. Amon-Ra St. Brown for Sarah, drafted. Kelsey, drafted. Gabe Davis, drafted. Daniel Carlson, drafted. Colts D, she picked up. Wilson, she picked up. Mike Williams, drafted. Kareem Hunt, drafted. Bucks D, drafted. And then Ayuk, Lawrence, Gesicki, Pickens. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it all depends on every individual situation. But normally, you're not going to be able to be 8-3 with that roster, right? Unless you have guys that don't get hurt, and relatively, she hasn't had big injuries. A little bit with Josh Allen, a little bit with Mike Williams, a little bit with Amon-Ra St. Brown, but primarily a little bit with Gabe Davis as well, but only like a game or two, and also, having the 2 best, number 2 options in the league when they're healthy, Gabe Davis and Mike Williams, and then you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, like I said, our 2 teams are probably the 2 best, But Shep has been scoring a lot of points, and he's got a lot of Bengals players, so you never know. Like Shep's team hasn't made a lot of moves, but he scored 182. His team, Burrow, Mixon, Jamal Williams, Devontae Adams, Higgins, Kyle Pitts, Singletary, Patriot D, Marr. And he got like 40 points out of Patriots D and Marr. If you get 40 fucking points out of your kicker and defense, you're probably scoring 180 to 200 points. And then on top of that, Singletary hitting, Higgins hitting, Adams hitting, Jamal Williams hitting, Mixon and Burrow hitting. So you just got to have guys that hit. I normally don't have, that many guys in my starting lineup all on one team like he does with Higgins, Mixon, and Burrow. But if they all are hitting, you could be dominating. And that's what's been happening for him. He's about 500 right now. But if he makes the playoffs, he could beat everyone and win the whole thing if those players go off. So that's big facts. All right, let me go through some more of the questions here. Yeah, but I deserve more. I deserve better. You know what I'm saying? I haven't had a whole lot of growth, in 4 years. I should have more subs. I should be sitting around 40 to 50K based off the projection of the first couple years. You know what I mean? Like I should have, probably 50 to 100 people in the room at all times based off my number. But if they're not giving the notifications to anybody, like it's just heartbreaking, bro. I don't think anyone understands what it's like to be me, and all the stuff that I've sacrificed for this channel, not including just the Jordan rookie card, PSA 9. Would I trade Jamar Chase for ETN? What does the rest of the team look like? Let me look at. Can you type out your team, Sober? Who you have at wide receiver and running back, at least those two positions, so I can see like if you're lacking in depth, so I can kind of give you a correct answer. And then he did already. AJ Brown, Ayuk, Watson, Waddle. I need help at running back and must win next week. So you have pretty good. You have Waddle too. So you got Waddle, and then you got Watson, and then Ayuk and AJ. All those guys can get you 10 to 30 points. So yeah, Jamar Chase is a name, but he's injured. Yes, I would do the trade. Do the trade. Because if you need running back help, you got plenty of other guys. Because even if Jamar Chase puts up a 25, so could Watson. So could Waddle. So could AJ Brown. So yes, I would do the trade. Even though you might be losing some points to some of the other wide receivers that you have, you're gaining running back help there as well. So the other options getting Gus. No, I would do the trade. And then maybe get Gus as insurance, if you can, just to have him on the bench for depth if you need running back depth. Drop somebody and then get more depth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 9 starters, 7 bench is standard. 16 spots. I would say I wouldn't probably do that trade, but Chase is injured. If they're willing to do the trade, they need a wide receiver that can go big. You need a running back. You know what I mean? Then, yeah, I would do that. All right, Adams in the building. What to do? I have Fields. Need to pick up a backup in case he's out. Carr, Ryan, or Brissett? That is a good question. Yeah, I have Justin Fields, Justin Herbert, and Geno Smith on my team. I'm 10-1. Carr or Brissett, not Matt Ryan. Absolutely not Matt Ryan. So Brissett's numbers have been pretty good, and Carr's numbers. So in this, we had another person that had kind of this question. So this week, let's go to quarterbacks, Adam. Let's go here. I mean, Justin Fields is probably still going to start unless he can't play at all. Because even a slightly injured Fields is better than those other 3 options. He still could get 20 points. Maybe not 40, but he could get 20. Run 1 and maybe throw for 1. Or throw for 2 and run for 1. Or run for 2, throw for 1. You know what I'm saying? So Fields is 6th. And let's see. What do we got here? Okay. And Brissett's ranked 15th against Tampa. And then Carr is ranked 13th against Seattle. And you got to go to the lineups. Carr doesn't have Renfro or Waller, so keep that in mind. 17th ranked, 15.4. And he's got 13, 1, 18, 17, and 20. So last 3 games, 18, 17, 20, 2 touchdown passes every game. Him and Devontae are starting to get some good rapport, okay? And then the other one would be Jacoby Brissett. And Brissett has been pretty good. Brissett has gotten 10, 20, 16, and 25. So Brissett's ceiling is higher with a number. He's hit a 20 and a 25. The safe one would be probably Carr. But if you want to take a gamble, you could go Brissett. But if it's for this week, Tampa's defense will probably shut him down to a certain degree. So instead of getting 25 against Buffalo, maybe 15 to 19 this week against Tampa. And then he's got Houston and Cincinnati. So, he could get 22 points this week. And the offenses have potential as well because you got Chubb and Kareem Hunt. So Carr is ranked 13th. Brissett is ranked 15th. They're neck and neck. So I guess it just depends on who you think he's going to do better than. Brissett at home versus Tampa or Carr on the road at Seattle with that kind of raucous crowd. For you, they're so close to each other. It's a personal choice. If you're looking at numbers. So the safe one would probably be Carr, but the guy that has the higher ceiling would probably be Jacoby Brissett because Brissett's hit 20 2 times out of the last 3 weeks. And then obviously with Carr is starting to pick it up too. Carr is, even with no Renfro and no Waller, he's hit 18, 17, and 20. So it's against at Seattle. So I'm going to probably go Carr and then Brissett, not Matt Ryan at all. That's where I'm going. But you might want to pick up, Brissett, Deshaun Watson's probably going to be coming back very, very shortly and soon. So, yeah. But that doesn't mean that Brissett gets 25 and Carr gets 8 because that could happen too. Seattle defense has been playing a little bit better. But if I have to go Seattle defense or Tampa's, probably Carr has a better chance. He's ranked 13th this week. So, yeah. Yeah, 2 kickers is usually, and sometimes it's just nice to have 2 kickers for like half the season. So that way, if you have a bad matchup, you can go to someone, if you can get 2 top 10 kickers, but it all depends on what you need at that time. So, Renfro traded to the Angels, really? And the Angels just picked up Tyler Anderson from the Dodgers. So I don't know what they're thinking if they're trying to make a push or whatever, but yeah, but they're not the same offense without Goddard. You know what I mean? Like if you don't have Goddard in the lineup, that's the reason why you guys aren't doing as well. Defenses, trying to do their job, you know what I mean? But having that reliable check down guy, yeah, you got A.J. Brown and you got Devontae Smith, but I would say A.J. Brown and Goddard are more reliable than Devontae Smith and some of the others. And having Goddard there, that's, once he comes back, the offense will start getting back into full gear. But when he's not there, you can notice. And that's why the games have been so close. 1 loss with Washington and barely beating the Colts. All right, Matt, take it easy, bro. Luka Magic in the building. Half PPR, Conklin, Dulcich, or Ingram. Oh, man. None of those. I would probably go Dulcich personally. Let's look at the rankings and the matchup so I can give you accurate info. And not any of these 3 could score, but I don't trust Zach Wilson. So Conklin's 19th. Ingram is 18th against Baltimore. I wouldn't trust that either. Dulcich at Carolina. That's where I'm going. So Dulcich, 100%. Don't even think about the other 2. Carr, Cousins, or Danny Dimes. Carr. Let's go here. Carr is 13th. Cousins is 20th. And Daniel Jones is 17th. Not Daniel Jones at Dallas. Hell no. Fuck no. That shouldn't even have been a question there. And then Cousins against New England. That's going to be on Thanksgiving. I wouldn't do that either with Belichick. Yeah, so I would do Dulcich and Carr. You're welcome. Morale question. Oh my God. Why did you trade Fields away? Yes, cancel. There's no dude. That could be a guy that could help you win your league. I have Justin Fields. I'm 10-1, and I drafted Justin Herbert. And under in zero circumstances do you drop Justin Fields unless he's out for the year. You always put him on your bench or you start him. I mean, he's been the #1 fantasy football player, in the last month. Justin Fields numbers. He's 4th ranked after he was like 15th. He's put up 23. Listen to these numbers: 17, 18, 23, 26, 42, 39, and 22. No way in hell you drop him. Yeah. Call the commissioner. Cancel. And the trade shouldn't have gone through because you're on the wire right now, right? So you have to wait for the wire to complete before it goes. But I would, go back on the trade because it has to go through the commission unless he accepted it already. So I would, yes, tell commission to cancel 100%. There's people right now that are 5-5 that picked up Justin Fields. They're going to win fantasy football over guys like me that are 10-1. Because if you get the right, combination, and it's not even his throwing shoulder, it's the left. So, I got Geno Smith or Herbert that I can go to, but I plan on riding Fields all the way to the championship game. Mahomes for Kyler and Jacobs. No. Mahomes keep. You have Etienne and Walker. And then you have, having Jacobs at flex would be nice. Who else do you have at quarterback besides Kyler? You have Kyler and who? Who's the other quarterback that you have? But I would say no. I would keep Mahomes. The Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl this year, more than likely. Like Chiefs-Eagles, maybe Chiefs-Niners rematch. It could be Chiefs or Bills. But I really do think the Chiefs are, Mahomes is the real deal right now, like Justin Fields. And, if you have Josh Allen, Mahomes, Hurts, Tua, Fields, Burrow, Geno, you're not really getting rid of these guys, Geno, Burrow, Fields, Lamar, Tua, Hurts, Mahomes, Allen. You're not getting rid of those guys. You don't have another. Yeah, you need another quarterback, dude. Yeah. So if you're doing that, keep Patrick Mahomes, and then you may want to grab a backup just in case. I don't know who you have. Like if you have like a extra wide receiver that you're never going to play, you may want to try to grab another quarterback just in case Mahomes gets hurt. Yeah, but you're never going to want to give that up, dude. This is what it's about, dude. And Kyler's injured. What is he going to give you? 0?
But I still think this is a really good football team going forward. The thing that bothers me is out of the 7 games they have remaining, 5 of those are division games, which is a tough division right now going forward. So they're going to have to play the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders, and they've got to win the majority of those games, in my opinion, to get into the playoffs, regardless of their record remaining. Yeah, but I think it will. I mean, like you said, everyone's just like, okay, the line.
Plus, it's the best quarterback and the best tight end. You don't give that up. Period.
They're not going to win the rest of their games, right? They're going to lose some of these games, but they're a good enough football team, right? So, and they got an opportunity to get back on the ground against Dallas.
Got you. Hopefully, it's not as bad as DJ Nightmare trading Wade Fields. I don't even know what the trade was for, but I need to know. DJ Nightmare, are you still in the building? Because I need to know what was the trade for. With that, because that's crazy. Lenny D, what to do? Miss you, bro. I probably will be doing WWE pay-per-view. I'll watch the Ohio State, Michigan 2 versus 3. Then I will stream Ducks Beavers because I live here in Oregon. Go Ducks. And then I'll probably do the WWE pay-per-view watch party. And then, we'll go into that. I am streaming on Thanksgiving for Patriots and Vikings. So I'll be doing that evening game as well. No, if you're banking on Watson, being the guy, I would hold your breath. I mean, he could get 10 to 15 points, but if you're thinking he's going to get 20 to 35 when he was a number 4 quarterback. He hasn't been in the league in like 2 years. So I would, Jacoby Brissett actually has been doing pretty good. And you do got Amari Cooper, Nick Chubb, but I don't think that he's going to come in right away and give you like 20. There'll probably be games where he gives you 9, 13, 15, and they run heavy with Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Rely on the defense. But there will be probably a game, I would assume, before the season's over, where Deshaun Watson gets 18 or more, maybe a 20-point game. But yeah, I wouldn't be banking on Watson being the guy like he was. Luke, I am your father. You got Burrow, Gibson, Jonathan Taylor, Olave, Amon-Ra, Kelsey, Andrews. How the hell did you get Kelsey and Andrews? What kind of league is this? White, Thielen, T-Law, Zeke, Pacheco, Jeff Wilson, and Hollywood Beckham, 8-3. What is your defense? What is your defense in your kicker situation? Burrow, Gibson, JT, Olave, Amon-Ra, Kelsey Andrews, Rashad White, Thielen, T-Law, Zeke, Pacheco, Wilson, and Hollywood. So, for me, when I'm just looking at that, possibly dropping like a Thielen, right, and then grabbing another defense. Or, dropping Thielen and getting a second kicker. You need to make sure you're giving yourself options, not at just running back and quarterback and wide receiver and tight end. Defense and kicker win people championships. You know what I mean? If you get 40 points, out of your kicker and defense, you think you're going to lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine having New England D and getting, 23 points or 17 points and then getting 23 out of Mar and getting 40. You're probably scoring like 180 to 200 and you're winning. So, and think about how many games where you have a kicker that's projected for 10 or 8 or 9 or 10, or a defense that's projected for, 8, 9, or 10. And then you end up getting like 4 points combined with your kicker and your defense. You probably lost, even unless you have 7 powerhouse hitters. You know what I'm saying? So, trade away Fields. You said, I have Tua and Geno. Oh, well, you have a lot of options then. So you have Tua and Geno. I'm 8-3. You need a wide receiver, so traded Fields for Jamar. Why not like Tua for Jamar instead of Fields? Fields has got way more upside. And Jamar Chase, you don't even know what he's going to be like coming back, if he's going to re-aggravate the injury or not. You know what I mean? Let me look at the numbers real quick, because they probably aren't going to do Geno, because Geno's not a big enough player, for Jamar Chase. But Tua, instead of, maybe I would have went that route. Tua's ranked 14th. He's 20 points a game. 15, 29, 24, and 23, right? And then Geno, I have Geno. Geno's ranked 7th. He's just consistent. Let's see, 24, 12, 13, 19, 20, 19. So he gives you those solid 19 or 20 points. But then Fields' upside is even more than both of those guys. And I have Fields. I have Fields, Herbert, and Geno Smith. How many games do you want me to go back? 23, 26, 42, 39, 22. That could single-handedly win you in fantasy. And Jamar is injured now. So you got to pray that he's going to be okay, but you don't know for sure. You're hoping. I could probably find you a guy on the wire that you wouldn't even have to give up to give you decent numbers on there. I mean, that's what I do. Jamar is 14th, 20 points per game, and he's put up 28, 10, 12, 12, 12, 32, 33. But then he's been out for 1, 2, 3, and then we're 4 weeks. He's been out 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're going on the 5th week. So I would have did Tua for Jamar, not Fields for Jamar. And you lost Cup. Okay. And let me look at your team. DJ Nightmore, what's the rest of your wide receiver situation? Who is your wide receiver depth? So I see that you lost Cup, and I know you need help. But like I said, you can find gems like Jacoby Myers and these guys that aren't big names that throw up 10 points or more every week. It might not be the big 20 or 30-point game, you know what I mean? But sometimes you just got to have consistency. That's how you win in fantasy. So. I mean, the team is pretty good, but yeah, I definitely wouldn't have done Fields. I would have done Tua for Jamar and see if they bit there. And then that way you could have someone that can get you, 20 to 45 points. But then if something happens and he gets hurt, Geno is going to be able to get you, 18 to 20 guaranteed. So you're not going to be like a 10. I mean, sometimes Geno will throw up a 9 to 13, but as of late, it seems like he's kind of turning the page. And it's not like you can keep Fields and Tua and trade Geno for Jamar because no one will do that on planet Earth. So. Not at all, because I have Hopkins and I drafted him, and he's literally been like top 4 receiver. If you actually look at his numbers every single week, D-Hop is my number 2 wide receiver. I had to kind of struggle with Godwin because I knew he wasn't going to get in the end zone. But like for me, I have Justin Fields, Nick Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, D-Hop, Mark Andrews, Josh Jacobs at flex, Cowboys D, Jason Myers at kicker. And then I have on my bench, Herbert, Godwin, Bills D, Geno Smith, Cole Kmet, Jacoby Myers. So I always have depth, but the key stat out of all those is the ranking. Position rank, Fields, 4th, Chubb, 5th, Saquon, 6th, Jefferson, 4th, Hopkins, 37th, but he's averaging 21 points per game, which is like top 3 in the NFL since he's been, back from the suspension, right? Andrews, 2, Jacobs, 4, Cowboys, 2, Myers, 4. So literally I have no lower than 6th in my starting lineup besides D-Hop, who's 37th, but he missed the first 6 games. So if he didn't, he would probably be 4th, 5th, or 6th in the NFL based off his numbers. I mean, look at D-Hop's numbers. They are arguably top 5, 20, 33, 13, 19, 18, right? So he's gonna do it with Colt McCoy. As long as it's not the third stringer. What was it, Purdy? Or that was actually for the Niners. But as long as you're not having to go 3rd or 4th string, you're going to be good. But Colt McCoy or Kyler, you have to understand D-Hop is going to get targets, and that's what he's going to do. And if you get him opportunities, that's when he's going to get you the 20 or 30. But this is his targets: 14, 13, 5, but a touchdown, 14 and 12. And that was the game where he got pissed off, where he was talking to like Kyler, like, bro, 5 targets, 1 touchdown. Why didn't you go to me again? So. Yeah, it won't affect him whatsoever. Cardinals are shitty anyways, so they're going to be down every game, and they're going to have to throw. Yeah, Niners, you're streaming the players. Yeah, sometimes it's good to keep some and then have depth, though, as well. Because sometimes streaming a different kicker and a different defense every week, you'll get fucked over because there won't be a good enough one there. Sometimes you got to hang on to a good kicker. Like I picked up Jason Myers before Jason Myers was Jason Myers. Jason Myers was the number 1 kicker at one point this year. You know what I mean? And I saw him with 2 games. It was week 3. I was like, I'm going to grab him, right? He had 6 week 1. Then he had 1 point in week 2, right? And then I picked him up 11, 13, 10, 13, 16, 11. Last 2 weeks, not as good, 8 and 6, but I think he had a bye week and he'll get back on track. So. Dulcich and Carr. You're welcome. Christian, Kirk, D-Hop, and Cooper. All right, so you got receivers. Kirk can put up 30. D-Hop can put up 30. And Amari can put up 30. I wouldn't even need to trade for Jamar necessarily. Obviously, if you have 3 quarterbacks, you probably want that extra, help. But, having Tua, Geno, and Fields actually is an asset. So I wouldn't even trade for Jamar at that point. I would keep who you have, because if Fields goes down, Tua is going to give you higher upside than Geno. You know what I'm saying? I know sometimes it seems unnecessary, having 3 quarterbacks, but Kirk, D-Hop, and Cooper are solid, bro. And think about this. If you trade away Fields, what happens if, Tua, gets hurt and you have to go with Geno? Is that going to be good enough to win a championship? And if Geno ends up throwing up a 13, or Tua gives you 20 to 25. So you always have to think of the unexpected and what, could happen. And you always want to be able to have depth. But Jamar would be nice, but not for Fields, bro. And like I said, you have good players there. Like, if you're looking at the numbers. Christian Kirk is ranked 9th. D-Hop is like top 5 right now. So you only have to play 2 wide receivers, and the third one could be on the bench, and you could run 3 running backs. And then even Amari Cooper at that point, right? He's 10th. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got 3 top 10 receivers. I mean, how many more do you need? I mean, Jamar Chase, you want to add that on, but you also have to look at, what could happen to Fields or Tua. And if you're stuck with fucking Geno and he puts up a 13, you're probably not going to win the championship. But if you have Tua and Geno, Fields gets hurt, Tua can throw you a 29 and you might win. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Because he doesn't have to throw for 300 yards. He's throwing for 150 to 190 yards for 1 or 2 touchdowns. That's not asking too much. He's doing it against everybody. And then he can run for 1, 2, or 3. He's the best dual threat in the game. You don't give up the best dual threat in the game, because if you have the best dual threat in the game, that means that he has an opportunity to get you 4 to 5 total touchdowns, 2 on the, in the air, 2 or 3 on the ground. You know what I'm saying? You have to look at that. So, I mean, I have Justin Fields. And like I said, if you look at like tough defenses, you know what I mean? Like he put up 23 on New England, 26 against Dallas. They got the best defense in the NFL. I mean, what more do you need? 42 against Miami, 39 against Detroit, 22 against Atlanta, 17 against Minnesota, and 18 against Washington. So even if it's a tough D, if you let him run, he's going to be able to get at least 1 on the ground, maybe 2 or 3. And then he's going to throw for 1 or 2. Now, if he gets a game where he throws for 3, runs for 2, he's going to get like 55 points. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to help you out. I mean, I've never finished lower than 3 ever in paid leagues or in free leagues. I'm 10-1. I've made 90 moves on the wire. I have Justin Fields. I have Justin Herbert, who I drafted, but I also have Geno Smith and Fields, and I'm not getting rid of any of those guys. So, and I don't do trades in my league either because I think it's kind of cheating. So, but Kirk, D-Hop, and Cooper are 3 top 10 quarterbacks, or wide receivers. You don't even need Jamar Chase. You want to make sure you're giving yourself depth, right? Now, if you ended up only having 2 of those 3, right, Kirk and D-Hop and not Cooper, then maybe it's different. But you have 3 top 10 receivers. So it's up to you, but again, like I said, it depends on what you see as value. Fantasy football is value, insurance, and production. Who's getting targets and, who's trending upwards. I mean, like I said, and I follow every team in the NFL. I follow all 32. So I don't have any bias whatsoever. So I always keep it, 100. And I help people win hundreds of thousands every year based off my predictions. So, but I absolutely do think he can keep it up. And let me get to Red Wing and Jazz fan. Because if you can do it against Dallas defense, you can do it against anyone. That's the best defense in the league. So he's got Jets. You can get yards there. Green Bay, garbage. Philly, Buffalo, Detroit, Minnesota. Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's Justin Fields. You know what I mean? It's not like we have to get him 4 touchdown passes and he's got to get 2 on the ground and he's got to throw for 300. I mean, if that was happening, he'd be throwing up a 70 in fantasy and he'd be like, the number 1 guy of all time. You know what I mean? He might not be on that level, throwing for 3 to 5 touchdowns and throwing for 300 plus and running for 2 with 100 yards rushing. But I mean, he's going to give you sometimes 100 to 200 yards rushing, 2 to 3 touchdowns, and 1 or 2 in the air. That's very valuable. Most valuable fantasy football player in the last month, maybe of the season. 14-man PPR. Should I trade Kmet or Higbee or try to improve my flex? I would keep Kmet and Higbee because, like I said, the tight end position is tough. Who do you have that you're using for flex right now? So that way I can see who you have. Read off all your running backs and wide receivers. So, or give me your starting lineup, and then give me your whole roster. That's going to be the easiest way for me to be able to see what you have, who's expendable and who's not. So, but I wouldn't get rid of Kmet or Higbee. I'd be keeping, because Higbee's 7, and obviously with Kmet, that's going to be normally around 11 or 12. So write down your team and I'll help you. Sarah, what do you want to have as a photo? Hopefully we can get some more people coming through to show some love. I mean, at some point, advice will have to be like $5, advice $3, advice $5, because I mean, a lot of the information, I mean, I'm not like a regular person. Like the newbies that are coming in here, they have no fucking idea who I am. You know what I mean? But like I said, I feel there's not very many people that are worth like paying for advice and actually getting solid advice moving forward to help you win a championship. But Matthew Berry does his work, and I feel I can go toe to toe with him. So, I mean, that's saying something. All right, let me get you some pool hosts. And I know some people would probably think if they're a newbie, this guy's crazy. But if you actually look at my history, it's not. It really isn't crazy. All right, let me get you some pool hosts. And hopefully we'll get a few more people coming through. I mean, it's all up to the people if they listen or not. If they want to do what they want to do, that's fine. But like I said, I've never met anyone else on planet Earth that has finished top 3 every year they've ever played, ever. I mean, there's probably other people out there like me. I know there is, but I've never met anyone online or in person that's finished in the top 3 every single year. That right there alone is worth money based off the advice, because I'm putting in the work. And I always make the most transactions out of anyone in any league I'm ever in. I'm usually 90 to 150 every year, sometimes 200. I've made as many as 200 moves in a season, which sounds insane, but it's true. Sometimes you have to if you have injuries. And how many people actually make more than 50 moves in fantasy? Not very many. But the people that are elite at fantasy, they're making, 50, 80, 90, 100 moves or more. You have to if you want to be the best. Always improving every single week. There hasn't been one week that I haven't swapped out at least a minimum of 1 or 2 pieces. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. $28 in donos, both from Sarah. Always supporting. Appreciate you. And hopefully we can get a goat to come through or 2, and we can at least get to the goal. We still got another hour and a half to go or longer, depending on what I have to get done. So it's a grind. I mean, see, and like I said, Sarah, this is going to be one of those things where we're going to laugh about this shit like one day, like down the road. You know what I mean? Like all the tough times with less than 20 people in the room, the tough streams where we grinded for 4 to 5 hours for fucking $17, and shit like that, and then we'll have, the streams where we've hit 500, 1,000, 1,300, the ones that we're going to hit 2,000, it's going to happen. It's just, we got to take the good and the bad and the ugly, but it definitely builds character. You know what I mean? And like I said, we've seen it on the good and we've seen it on the bad. We've seen support, we've seen no support. We've seen people come, we've seen not people show up. So, you just have to take it with a grain of salt and know that we do, have an amazing channel. And like I said, we can't rely on YouTube to bring people here. It has to be word of mouth and people spreading the, channel on the Twitter, with the retweets and the likes and, and just keep grinding out every single day. So, yeah. It is what it is, but we will laugh about this one day. Trust me, we will. Because like I said, if you have a shitty YouTube channel, and if you're basing it only on subs or how many people are in the room or things of that nature, shitty channels, don't get, 500 in donos. Shitty channels don't get 1,000. Shitty channels don't get 1,300. You know what I mean? Like if you have a shitty channel, you're not getting donos, and especially not getting a big number. So I don't do fantasy baseball or basketball, but I do follow every single sport. Just to give you a background on me, I do every single sport. I do NFL, all 32 teams, no bias, college football, MLB, Mariners, Dodgers, and other teams, but primarily Mariners and Dodgers, NBA, Blazers, and others, WWE, AEW, NJPW, ROH. So we do wrestling. I do NASCAR full time. I do it all. I mean, there's not really anything I don't do, and I don't do it with bias. But I don't do fantasy baseball or basketball because you have to be a fucking crackhead. And I feel like I am a sports fanatic. I am, the most hardcore. I usually do, and this is no lie, this is my full-time job. It took 10 years for me to do this full-time while having 2 to 3 jobs, side hustles and shit like that, right? And I usually read or watch film 4 to 6 hours every single day on top of the stream. So it's like I'm doing the stream 4 to 8 hours every day. And on top of that, I'm reading 4 to 6 hours. So I'm pretty much dedicating, I would say, probably 12 hours of my day, if not more, half of my day, every single day to this channel and reading and keeping up. And Sarah is the same. She's here with me. I've been doing 7 days a week since July 4th. Name one other streamer that's been going 7 days a week since July 4th, except maybe a video game streamer, because I know how they grind. You know what I mean? But most people that are sports streamers, they take days off, so. But if there is baseball stuff, I follow baseball very heavy, just like Sarah. So if it comes to, fantasy baseball, even though I don't play, I could give good information. So same thing with basketball as well. So, and like I said, I help people win hundreds to thousands of dollars. I predicted, like even Sarah will tell you, and the people in the room, I predicted fucking Warriors and Celtics, Warriors in 6 before the playoffs started. I watched 0 NBA, and I said Curry would get MVP. It happened. People won a shitload of money off my bet, right? I said, in hockey, I don't watch hockey at all. I said Colorado Avalanche over Tampa Bay Lightning in 6. It happened. I predicted that before the playoffs started. Help people win hundreds of thousands. I mean, there's a reason why Swaggy bets like $1,000 bets. And, he's not going to listen to me every time. Sometimes he'll do his own, predictions or bets. But, I mean, I think that speaks for itself. And I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in like 21 years. I can always get the championship games correct. When it's the playoffs, like the wild card, shit can happen. I get it. But once it comes to like AFC, NFC championship game, Super Bowl, Natty for college football, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup, World Series, I can get that right like 95% of the time, if not higher. Like I don't get championship games typically wrong, just based off the reading and the film study, following the team, reading momentum, X factors, that could help teams win. Someone dying, someone having cancer. Sometimes when you have that can be an extra boost, for a team. It happens all the time. Half PPR, 12-man, 5 and 6. You could still maybe, how many teams make the playoffs? 6? Cousins, ETN, Walker, AJ Brown, Evans, Goddard, King Henry, Sutton, Dulcich, Robinson, Allen Robinson, Slayton, Danny Dimes. No, you got to get better quarterbacks than Cousins and Dimes. Those suck. You know what I mean? There's no way. And that's the reason why you're 5 and 6. Just to be honest, ETN is nice. Walker is really nice, and ETN's really nice. AJ Brown, really nice. Evans, solid. Goddard just got hurt, but you still want to keep him. King Henry, awesome. Sutton is on bench. Dulcich, maybe you play him, right? Robinson, have him on the bench. Sutton on the bench. Allen Robinson, maybe a Slayton on the bench. But you got to get rid of Robinson and Slayton. I don't know who you have on defense or kicker, but I assume your kicker and defense might not be very good, and the quarterbacks aren't good. And if you don't have a good kicker and defense, and you don't have a good quarterback, and you got extra guys on your fucking roster like Robinson and Allen, Brian Robinson, Allen Robinson, Slayton, Danny Dimes, and Cousins, get those fucking guys out of there and get better players. Like, you got Walker, ETN, AJ Brown, Evans, Goddard, King Henry, Dulcich. Those are must keep, right? But all those other ones are expendable, but also it depends on who's available. And if you're in a 12-man, there's probably nothing out there for you. But you had to have, it doesn't matter of having all this depth at running back and wide receiver. That's the perception for a bunch of fucking guys that play fantasy football. But most of the people that go heavy at wide receiver and running back, they got like 7 running backs, 7 wide receivers, 1 kicker, 1 defense, 1 quarterback or 2 quarterbacks. You're fucked. You're never going to do shit because you got guys on the bench that you have as insurance because it looks sexy on paper, but then your kicker is giving you 4. Your defense is giving you 2. Quarterback's giving you 13. You got to upgrade. And I think you know that. But again, you're in a 12-man. 12-man, there's not a lot left on the wire. There's not a lot left of chicken on the bone, meat on the bone. When you're in a 12 or 14-man league, scraps. There's not a lot there, but you should have upgraded sooner on the wire instead of focusing on extra running backs and wide receivers and getting better depth at quarterback. And I assume kicker and defense, but you'll let me know who you have there. But I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, if you're trying to get to the playoffs. Cousins, bad. Dimes, bad. Robinson, Slayton, you don't even need those. Like Brian Robinson, Dulcich, Sutton, Henry, the rest of those. But Cousins and Dimes need to be upgraded. And definitely Allen Robinson and Slayton can give you points. But if you can get better kicker or tight end or defense by dropping those, you do it. Because you need to be able to get points now, not points fucking, at the end of the season. It's a week-to-week basis. You're trying to beat the opponent this week, I mean, this is the type of advice that's worth money. You know what I mean? And you have to have a top draft. If you're in a fucking 12-man league and you didn't have a top 6 draft, you're never winning. You have to be able to have a solid draft. If it's a 10-man league, you have to be in the top 5. If it's a 12, top 6, 14, top 7. And if you didn't have a top 7, 6, or 5 draft, you have a 0% chance of winning. Because even on the wire, if you're a beast, you're not going to be able to come back from that because people's teams are going to be much better than yours. So that's one part of it. And also on the wire, waking up at 2, 3 in the morning and grabbing pieces after everyone has got their pieces and everyone's sleeping. When I'm a Kobe Bryant, I'm a Michael Jordan, I'm a Brady. As soon as that bitch hits, I'm there. So if there's a fucking solid piece like a Justin Fields sitting there and everyone's sleeping, who do you think is going to grab them? Or if I can get someone like a Dulcich, just sitting there after the storm, and everyone else is sleeping and I'm there plucking and swapping out pieces to make the team better. That's how you win championships. That's facts. Sam Darnold going against the Broncos. Could be bad too. Darnold's first game. So it could be 1, 2, 3 picks, a bunch of sack lunches. Brian with the dono. Brian, thank you so much. Like I said, and trust me, Sarah will tell you, anyone will tell you, once my name gets bigger as a reputation and people see the show on Twitter and I actually start it for a full year instead of just a couple weeks ago, and we start to have a pretty big following where we'll have more than 20 people just for fantasy, throughout, coming, going, 20, 40, 60, the donos will start coming, not just because of the knowledge, but you have to understand it's the little secrets are worth 10 to 20 nuggets. You know what I mean? Most people are not willing to give up the secrets unless they're going to get paid for them. And also there's a difference between people that are average at fantasy, good, or elite. For me, I feel I'm one of the best in the world at it. I know Matthew Berry is very, very good. He has his own show, but I honestly feel if I was on a network, I could really help a lot of people win money betting wise. I mean, probably the casinos and FanDuel and shit wouldn't like me, but I could help a lot of people on a national stage, not only win money in bets, but also in fantasy. And sometimes if you do a 150 buy-in, you could win $1,000. I mean, don't you think if you're able to win $1,000, you can't dish out $5 a week to somebody if it's worth good advice, or $20 a month? Of course it's worth it, because you can make the decision yourself, but if you fuck up, you could lose $1,000. Second place, maybe 500. Third place, you get your money back, 150. I would rather win 1,000 than get 150 or nothing. You know what I mean? So sometimes, if you do pay $5 here or $10, or, you're getting that advice and it helps you and you end up winning, people can give me kickbacks. Like when someone wins 500 and I've helped them out, they'll probably shoot me $100. I don't tell them, hey, I need this much. You know what I mean? But if you show gratitude, I've even drafted teams for people where they gave me their password and the other people had no idea because they knew I could draft the team better. And that's half of the battle in fantasy. If you don't have a good draft, there's no way you're going to win. You could still finish in second and third if you're not in the top 5 out of a 10-man league, top 6 and top 12, top 7 in a 14, right? You can still climb up to second place, but you're never going to win. Never going to win unless you have a top half draft. And then you have to be very active on the wire. You have to be very smart, very calculated, and you have to take risks. You have to have sometimes 2 kickers, where it sounds ridiculous having 2 kickers, even if it's just not a bye week. Getting a bye week, having 2 kickers makes sense. What about having 2 kickers for a month and just going back and forth? How many people do you think do that? 1%. I'm the 1%. Having 3 defenses instead of 8 wide receivers. How many people do you think do that? 5%. Who's in the 5%? And sometimes even if you have Cowboy D, Bills D, maybe you don't need that third one, but you never know. It's all about matchups. Sometimes a D starts off real hot. Buffalo, and they start shitting the bed. And I need that other defense. If I didn't get Dallas defense week 1 on the wire, week 2, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. You know what I'm saying? So just because a defense looks good doesn't mean it's going to be good for the whole season. Injuries are a bitch. So, but Luca, give me some more info and I'll help you. And like I said, this is going to get to a point where I do it full time, and each question will be worth like $1 to $5 dono. Like that, it will become a standard at that point. And then if someone wants to be nice and hit me with a 10 or a 20, you know what I mean? But the information that you get here, you're not going to get any. I don't get my information from Matthew Berry or Stardom Situm on NFL.com or ESPN. A lot of this is based off reading, going to the blogs, going to the beat writers, following all 32 teams, and spending 4 to 6 hours, every day. I'm not even joking. On fantasy, I spend 2 hours a day on fantasy on the app every day. No one else does that in the league, and it shows. And no one else usually does that on planet Earth. I'm clicking on all the fucking names. I'm looking at all the projections. I'm looking at what they've scored in the last 4 weeks. I'm looking at every fucking player in the league that's not on my team, on their bench. I'm looking to see who they have starting. I'm looking to see when they have their bye weeks. I'm looking to see like when they're going to have their tough weeks. I go above and beyond. I'm looking at everything, analytics, stats, everything. And that's, if you go extreme and you put in your passion, that's how you end up winning championships, and you win $1,000. You win 500. You are the man. I mean, if I could do a separate show of what I do, like not on camera, and that could be a whole nother show. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's other people that, they might have great thumbnails, great editing, cool special effects. But when it comes to knowledge on NFL and fantasy football, I feel I'm one of the best on planet Earth. And I know some people would say that you're crazy. You're just on YouTube. You don't know shit. You don't got very many subs, but if you actually listen to all the content in the room every single day, I think everything kind of speaks for itself. I'm very confident in who I am, and I should be based on the work that I put in. Now, if I didn't do the work and I'm, flapping my gums and I'm wrong all the time, then of course I would hope people would call me out. You know what I mean? But like I said, I haven't got a Super Bowl winner wrong in over 20 years, like 21 years. And I've never bet on one of them. Probably should start betting. You know what I mean? So, and I like to be able to give the advice to help people win championships, because I understand how hard it is to be competitive in fantasy. And if you're average, I can make you good. If you're good, I can make you great. If you're great, I can make you elite. So you do win that $1,000, and then you'll shoot me a Oregon Duck hoodie in the mail, or, hit me with a Buccaneer hat and say, thanks, That's what it's about. I appreciate that. All right, Super Squash. Do I trade Monty and some bench players for someone better than Monty? Monty who? Who are we talking about? Monty. Monty who? Are you talking about Montgomery? I know sometimes people do like the short version of someone's name or slang and stuff, but yeah, give me more information, bro. And you have to give me your team. You know what I'm saying? You got to give me all the information. I need to know who was on your whole entire team, if that's David Montgomery or someone else. I need all the information. You just can't give me, out of a scale of 1 to 10, 1 in information and expect me to give you 10 in the answer. If you want to be able to give you educated answer, you got to give me all the information, so that way I can break down the whole situation. And then no one else in fantasy does that. Everyone's like, start him, sit him, pick this guy, but they never explain why. And, and there's a reason why I go in depth, because you got to look targets, receptions, what they've done in the last month. That shit matters. Red matchup, green matchup does not matter as much as you think. And most people think that's that's Jesus talk. That's like godly, like the Bible, the Holy Grail. Like if it's a red, nope. You know what I mean? But if you're telling me you got Justin Jefferson, he's got a red matchup and it's 20 points, you're sitting him? Fuck no, you're not. So Aiden in the building. Would you trade Swift for Pacheco? Fuck no. Swift is injured, but he's still going to score, and Swift has more value because even though Jamal Williams has been getting tutties and been putting up massive points, Swift is too valuable. Pacheco is someone you can grab on the wire. I could grab a Pacheco or someone that's going to give me 1 point, 3 points, 8 points, 10 points. I could find you a Pacheco, comparable points on the wire. Absolutely not trading for Swift. Even if Swift is injured half the time, it's not worth it. That's real. And I get Swift is, been injured, but you're not going to give Swift up for someone that's not as good as him. You have to give equal value. Otherwise, you're going to get ripped off. Facts. Just like that. Poof. Like magic, baby. I got to put up Brian's dono on here. Sarah, we got a dono. Other than you. Brian. And as Brian gets to know me, I think a little bit more, and he's been donating now on a regular basis, you start to earn people's respect, especially when your predictions and your shit starts fucking coming true. Like when the shit you're talking about and you're helping people win money, win a weekly matchup. I mean, that shit is worth something. I mean, if you're competitive and you want, to win. I appreciate you, Brian. And I love seeing people that start to become regulars. It's a beautiful thing. On top of that, regulars that donate and show love. It means a lot since this is my full-time job. It's like sacrificing a Jordan rookie where $30,000 wasn't enough. And then, they could make a fucking story they can make a movie out of my fucking life. Michael Jordan rookie card? You kidding me? I have to get one before I die and get it back. But I mean, everything happens for a reason.
The reason why I love this move is because the first thing he's going to do is going to speed to power.
Who's on your wire? Tell me who's on your wire and give me your whole roster. Give me your whole roster, quarterback, including defenses and kicker. Type it out, right? And let me look at your lineup, and then I'll let you know what I think that you should do. And then you can and at that point, I'll go what's available on the wire. And you probably don't even need to trade. I could probably find you someone to give you some good depth. Trust me, like the people that are in the league right now are probably pissed off at me and Sarah because on how well that we're doing in the league. It's like, I'm 10-1. I think she's 8 or 9-3. So I'm 10-1. She's 8-3. Everyone else is 6-5 or worse. So, and we have 6-5, 6-5, 5-6, 1-10, 6-5, 5-6, 5-6, 3-8. And then it's 10-1 and 8-3. So. Yes, we do appreciate Brian. And this isn't his first dono, but it's starting to become like a regular thing. And I mean, that helps, because then that can go towards like thumbs and stuff. Because, like I said, having to be able to, with certain games, if I'm paying 35 for one, that's kind of a ridiculous price, like top of the line. Like that's the most that you're ever going to pay for one, right? Never going to pay 40, but like 35. But at some point I'll get a discount. And I used to pay like 15 or 20. But when you got the guy that's the best in the world at thumbs, I get it. I want to make sure I'm taken care of, but I have to be able to make money so that way I can pay for those and invest in myself. So.
Speaking of Hutchinson and the Lions, how about this? And breakfast this morning, the Bills obviously a touchdown. They got make your go off to the races. Anyone else get along? Close to dinner time, I'm just saying.
Brian Schaefer, $6.66 dono on the Cash App. So now I need Brian. You need to give me your favorite player, wrestler, whatever your favorite player is. Old school, new school. If it's newer, the pictures will probably be better. But you got to give me a name. Give me a name of like something that you really love, and then I'll get you a couple photos for that. Appreciate you. $6.66. Bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $6.66. There we go. Slowly but surely. There we go. Appreciate you. We're when they say like if the kids are woke, we are like the most slept on thing on planet Earth. Like once like people sub to the channel because it's a popular thing to do, and then you get that big growth. I mean, it'll be like wildfire. Because I mean, if we're already at like a 50 or 100,000, you can go from 100,000 to 200 very quickly, or 200 to 300, but it's just about getting to that, point where it's like a popular thing, to sub to a particular channel. But when you're still in that like growing phase, things can be challenging. And plus, it's my boy. I mean, he does thumbs for me, Grossi, and Perna, so we're kind of exclusive. He does the best, and like I said, very talented guy. At some point, he'll be doing them full time for his full time job instead of having to do like Target or Walmart or whatever he does for like office job. I think he works in the office. I'm not sure if he does sales or what he does for his main job. But a very talented guy, because it's not only about the thumb and the background, it's the style of font and layering things like a cake with the logos and the players and the different badges. Like the guy he's an artist. It's not just doing thumbnails. Not anyone can do great thumbs, like the top of the line. Like it takes us as someone who is an artist. And that's why with me in the photos, I try to be kind of an artist, not with a pen or pencil like Holly Hundo, but I try to be an artist like my boy Johnny Thumbnails, which will become trademarked one day, Johnny Thumbnails TM. And he'll be thanking me for that because that's what and it'll be a portfolio, and it'll show you every thumb he's done for me, Perna, and Grossi, and people will pay the $35-$40 per thumb, and it'll help people grow on Twitch and YouTube because like I said, whatever he can put because I give him an idea and we talk about it and we vibe off each other. Sometimes I have to correct one little thing, but most of the time it's 95% like legit, and I just have to tweak it just to give my flavor to it, and then he comes up with something that's just absolutely great. Because like his thumbs, should be giving like 1,000 or more on any live stream, but are good enough to get 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. That's how good he is. And I'm always going to support people that support me. You need snow tires and shit. You know what I mean? And obviously once I keep getting more and more, but you got to understand, my goal is 200 a show. And then if I lower it to 100 a show, and then I get $35 I got to pay, and then let's say some of it's super chat, I don't even get that until the following month, and then they take 35%. So, a lot of times I might not make anything in a stream, or I might just get enough to get the next thumbnail to try to, and sometimes I'm only getting the same amount of views because they're hating than I could if I made my own. So in essence, like losing money, but in essence, I'm not, because I'm helping someone. And plus it's good for the portfolio to show him off, instead of just doing my own and having it shittier and getting the same amount of views, right? If I can get something that looks better, it just is overall, you want to make sure that your header and your thumbs and your presentation, you don't want to just have anything that's bad. You want to keep improving. And I've been doing this shit for 10 years. This is the first year that I've gotten to a point when I honestly feel if I buy all the expensive Photoshop programs, $500,000 worth, that I can do it myself. But also he's got this special magic about him that he can even do things that maybe I wouldn't even be able to come up with. And so that alone is worth some money, being able to put your heads together of two goats and coming up with something great. So. Kyle, he says, I got Monty. What is this, Monty? Pollard, Aaron Jones, Patterson, Diggs, Lockett, Godwin, Boyd Ingram. He said, go ditch. That's either Goddard or Dulcich combined. They had a baby. Goddard and Dulcich had a baby. Go ditch. Is that what happened? Thinking about trading Jones, Lockett for Kittle. I drafted Waller. I'm tight end hurting. Or I write it down. I'm 6-5, one spot out. Trading Jones and Lockett. You don't want to trade Jones and Lockett. Fuck. Fuck. Monty Pollard. What's this? What's the Monty? Give me some clarification with that first. I wouldn't trade Jones and Lockett. I need to see your whole team. So that way, if you do trade, what's left? I need all the information so that I can see depth and what's going to help you and hurt you, or you're going to gain. So give me your whole fucking team. And I know it's a lot to ask from someone, but again, if you want answers that are worth money, you know what I mean? Then I have to have all the information, and I'll give you the most in-depth answer on any fantasy football question on planet Earth. You know, everyone else is like, start them, sit them. Who do you pick? This guy or this guy? I picked this guy. That's not fucking good information. You gotta give the person reassurance why it's good. You know, give them some knowledge too. I know you got Ingram and is that Ingram, Goddard, and Dulcich? I mean, I need to, what the Go Ditch, or what the fuck is Go Ditch, and what the fuck is Monty? Give me some clarification. Tell me who's available on your wire, and I'll tell you who's worth picking up. You know, you like, you know, based off names and stuff. Sometimes people will send me shit on Instagram or Twitter. So, you know, if you follow me on Instagram or Twitter, you can just stick a screenshot of your team if that would help. That's what people usually do when I help them, and they, you know, pay me money for help and whatnot. Some people pay me every week. Some people pay me for a season, you know, for help. And like I said, there's not very many people on planet Earth that get paid for fantasy advice. You know what I mean? Like Matthew Berry's on a show, but I don't think there's very many people out there that honestly get paid. I mean, I would assume like 5 people or less probably that are good enough to actually give info that is worth money, you know, in return, or merch or swag if they win. Fields, Kenny. Walker, Jamal, Higgins, A.J. Brown, Njoku, Pittman, Ravensdee, Carlson benches Swift, Sutton, Garrett Wilson, and Christian Watson. What about your defense and your kicker? And what is this, Kenny? Is that Kenneth Walker? Is that just together? Or is Kenny someone else? What is this? Kenny Walker. Is that Kenneth Walker? See, anytime people do slang or they cut it off and they start jamming names in there, like I obviously know Higgins is T. Higgins. I would assume Jamal Williams, I would assume, you know. It's funny too, because when people do this, they do first name or last name, but they never keep it consistent. Look at Fields, last name, Kenny, Walker, last name, Jamal, first name, Higgins, last name, A.J. Brown, both first and last. That's one thing that no one ever points out or notices, but that's like every fantasy fan does that shit too. It's never consistent. All first name, nope. All last name, nope. Sometimes both name, first and last. My boy, Brian, appreciate you. You got claims for Geno. How the hell is Geno and Murray still available in your league? The team, I mean, like I said, Swift, if you're looking, for more depth, but do you really need it? I mean, like I said, you can either do 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and then a running back at flex, unless you have a really good option at wide receiver to do that as well. So, like, in that case, I mean, I don't even worry about Swift. You could probably put Christian Watson at flex instead of like a Swift, unless you like I said, if you have Kenneth Walker and then Jamal Williams, you don't even need to have a third running back. You know what I'm saying? You just got to go for the best, pieces for that position. I traditionally go 3 running backs. I got Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. But if you got a good enough, flex at wide receiver, like Sarah's got Gabe Davis, or like a Mike Williams, then that counteracts a good running back, because you're going to possibly get 20 to 30 points. They might bust and give you under 10, like an 8, but there's a good chance for 10 to 20. And if you're really lucky, Gabe Davis or Mike Williams will give you 30, 35, and you might win based off that flex move. So. Yeah. See you later, bro. Kyle. People never learn, do they? And then that person will take that for granted down the road when they're fucking struggling in fantasy. Telling you, people never understand until they fuck up, and then they're not part of this channel ever again until they create another profile and come back as someone else. Catfishing. Kenneth Walker. Yeah, so you have Fields, Kenneth Walker, Jamal Williams, Higgins, A.J. Brown, Njoku, I wouldn't even have Pittman in there. Ravensdee and Carlson. Take Pittman out and put Christian Watson in at the flex. Fields, Kenneth Walker, Jamal Williams, Higgins, A.J. Brown, Njoku, Pittman out, Christian Watson in, right? And then Ravensdee, I would improve Ravensdee, try to find another defense as well. And then Carlson's good at kicker, but having another defense for Ravensdee, you definitely would want. And then moving Watson for Pittman would something I would probably do as well. And Geno would just be insurance for Fields and Latavius Murray. You wouldn't start over Kenneth Walker or Jamal anyways, but it would give you an opportunity. If you got Latavius Murray, you could start him over Christian Watson if the matchup was right. Because sometimes when you have a running back, they get receptions and runs, and then you become a dual threat like Justin Fields. And if you can be a dual threat, that can get you closer to 30 to 40 rather than 10 to 20. And you know, in fantasy, when points are tough, if you get 30 to 45 points out of your quarterback or running back or wide receiver, you might win based off that one motherfucker. So, and that's real talk. Scottie Pippen. Okay, let's do it. And you know what? I don't watch Pat McAfee show every day. I don't watch Good Morning Football. A lot of times it's just me doing my independent research. I never get anything and like copy someone like Peter Schrager or EA Sports and Madden with Sack Lunch or my Uncle Momentum. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch that can come up with creative like catchphrases and stuff. You know what I mean? But I really take not only my hard work and my work ethic, but I think the knowledge, that's my number one trait. You know, I mean, the passion, the energy, the voice, the commitment, you know, the sacrifice for the Jordan rookie. But I think the knowledge, you know, entertainment value is always going to be there, but the knowledge is number one, and not having that bias and making people smarter and less biased. That's the goal for the legacy. You know what I mean? Flexing the knowledge of being number one out there, you know, like being the best. You know, because like I said, there's a lot of people that can entertain, but, you know, there's a difference between just doing like your team, you know, and that's all you do for the stream, or if you're doing all the teams and college and NBA and wrestling and NASCAR and baseball. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we could always do food or rap or country or rock or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you got to be able to be versatile in this day and age. And some people are just very focused on just one thing. That's facts. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, man. That's what I'm trying to do. And like I said, the only thing that's missing from me, you know, being like rich is if I'm not like, you know, if I get it here, you know what I mean, get the fame and get the followers or whatever, you know, or like on a network. But I honestly feel, and you know, you guys do too, after watching such bad shows on TV or podcasts, if you took the best YouTubers and Twitch streamers and put them on a network, like on TV, like ESPN, the Ocho, they would get better ratings than the regular shows would. You know, then, you know, if they was on a national platform and they were promoting, you can watch Joe Buck or Troy Aikman, or you can watch, you know, Orion or Tom or Perna, or, you know, you can watch some like one of these people. You know, if it got on a national big stage, I think the people that would be on Twitch and YouTube would blow the ratings out of the water, because people are already in this day and age of podcasts and streaming, right? Plus we put our style on it, and what we put together is different than the TV graphics and stuff that they're going to do. But I think my show is the closest thing to something that's on TV, because I'm fully producing a show when everyone else is just hitting start broadcast and it's just the screen. And then, you know what I mean? They're not really, they're clicking buttons to update scores, but they're not going from one thing to the next, this picture to, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm a producer, you know, on top of a content creator, you know what I mean? And a grinder. It's like, we got something here, and there's other channels that would do very, very well. I know they would, you know, and that might be something that happens at some point, you know, like, or if you end up watching a game, there will be a chat on the screen, but obviously you'd have to have really good mods and have a network that would be cool with certain things that would come up on there, as long as they got them off in a certain amount of time, you know, and obviously with TV and sponsorship, that would be tough, but you know what I'm saying? Like making it more like a stream, you know, on football. Like for me, if I'm running NFL, right? If I'm doing NFL, the number one thing to do to get better ratings, you know, with NFL or presentation, is having the announcers on the screen at all times, not when it's commercial or when it's like a timeout and they cue to them. Always have them in the corner of the stream. So that way we can see their reaction on a big play, and it's not the audio. We can see Tony Romo doing this, or, showing some emotion. You know what I mean? Like if you actually showed the announcers in a small box in the corner, right, at all times, had the graphic underneath and the score, first down, all that other shit, stuff that pops up, but they always had a spot secure on the screen, one on one side, one on the other, one on the left, one on the right, or together on a screen, and then you have extra graphics that come up. That would make the streams go through the roof, because that would end up giving you something that looks something like YouTube or Twitch, right? Those kind of fans that stream would like that, to see that, and you get to see the actual interaction and like how they're reacting, not by just their voice going up and screaming, or just having them real big in your face talking. Like, you can be smaller and they can cue to them big. But like for me, like I'm a $1 million man guy, you know what I mean? Like I got the ideas that can put a company or a sport or a brand to the next level, and I think we have a lot of people in here that are like that as well. With like Holly, we got a lot of smart people that are in the room. I feel like we almost have the smartest out of most, chats. I mean, we don't really put up with a lot of bullshit, but that would, changing the presentation and the style, and also doing that for baseball, so that way I can see the people calling the game at all times, in the corner. It doesn't have to be big. It can just be big enough. So that way, if something crazy happens, you can see the reaction. I think that would take that to the next level. Yeah, it would be different. You know what I mean? But sometimes different can be better. That's big facts. Here we go. Cynthia Freeland, hello. And then we got some NFL Fantasy Live on right now. All right, let me get you some Scottie Pippen. And yeah, I would, Carlson's probably good, but I would get yourself another defense besides just Ravens D. Got to have 2 or 3 defenses. Don't want to rely on one. Sometimes you can get 20 points in defense. It can help you win a championship rather than getting 8 or 10.
I say 10 a.m. But I have all day to work off those carbs. Right? Exactly. I think you save up, you prepare, you do a little running, you jump up and down watching football, and then at like 4:30.
Oh, I got crispy shit. I got some crispy shit for you, bro. Fucking crispy.
On Thanksgiving, because that's what it's all about. Just an irresponsible amount of food. So you can be the one who eats the most on Thanksgiving. Let's get the players that we celebrated the most. Who was your favorite one from week 11?
Ooh, baby, Jordan and Pippen. And the cool thing is, I think, is like, as an innovator and being like an original and not copying, like we're the only one to my knowledge that is doing it this way. And if anyone does it after, that they watched, this channel, but the thing is like, you might be able to copy like what I'm doing, but you're not going to pull up the same stuff that I'm pulling up, because obviously, the vibe and the people are going to be different. I'm going to give you the best of the best. Sometimes it's nice to go back and look at the food and look at the photos and see what they look like on a big screen TV or on a laptop or a computer or your phone.
There's a very nice fact. I'm going to go with Travis Kelce.
Let's go, baby.
Once again, went out there and torched the Los Angeles Chargers, who at some point are going to figure out that perhaps we should cover this guy. I don't think they will. I don't have a lot of confidence in that statement.
I miss this era. This is my childhood.
And I remember, back in the preseason, when the Chiefs traded away Tyreek Hill, like, oh, this offense will be fine, but they're not going to be that good. And I was not alone. I know that Keenan Allen just got exposed, Cold Takes exposed for saying the same thing, but, I don't play professional football. But he was awesome. He was. I remember Lou Williams one time after Kevin Durant torched the Clippers said, I promise we tried. The Chargers tried to stop Travis Kelce, and the Broncos tried to stop Devontae Adams.
It's nothing like an HD or 4K photo to create a vibe and bring you back to your childhood. Like I said, you can watch someone stream all day and all night, but it's not the same when you can see something. You talking about Scottie Pippen is one thing. Actually seeing Scottie Pippen photos while we're talking about it, that it takes it to a whole nother level. Then you're like, oh, fuck, I remember. And then, the jerseys and who was playing back then. Obviously, this is a special era, Jordan and Pippen.
Against this Houston Texans defense, when I'm looking at Tua, I think about his 3 passing touchdowns and no interceptions in 3 straight games, longest streak in Miami's history. But really, what I really like is the catch and run ability. That, by the way, you know who gets credit for that?
Who does?
Tua.
Oh,
Tyreek, Tua, you get all the catch and run.
Gotta give some dunks too. Oh, baby.
Yeah, so Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill will both help him out, making him your QB1 for the week.
I like that pick, but I'm going to go with Joe Burrow, who has been a top 2 fantasy quarterback in 3 of the last 5 weeks. He's averaging well over 300 passing yards per game in 4 consecutive contests. He's also rushing the ball. Like, that's a thing, too. You're going to run it as well. Like, that's pretty good. And even without Jamar Chase, last week he showed that he could still be very effective for your fantasy football team. I like the matchup this week. The Tennessee Titans have allowed the 4th most.
Where's the Sonics? Never traded Scottie Pippen. What could have been? What could have been?
I'm going to go with Justin Herbert here as they figure out what's going on with Rex Coffee.
Hey, Max.
He scored just under 20 fantasy points last week. It was his best performance since week 4. But what I really like is he averaged a season-high 8.1 air yards per attempt. He was running around a little bit more.
I'll give you one of the earliest Scottie Pippens ever. Draft day. Crispy too. Because Jordan wouldn't have won those championships without Pippen. Just wouldn't have happened. They needed to have the dynamic duo. Woo! Look at Scotty, how young he is. I got the ideas, Jameson. I'm telling you, like the only thing that's slept on is just the people in, the United States of America not knowing who I am, or, globally, at least not yet. Thoughts on trading Deshaun Watson and A-Rob for fuck no. Hell no. Pacheco's only going to get you like 10 points. They're going to be splitting carries. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is 3rd string. You got him and Jerick McKinnon. But the way that they pass, it's too unreliable. Pacheco could get you 3. He can get you 12. He can get you 8. He can get you 4. Like, I don't really like Watson and Allen Robinson either that much, but they have more value that 2 for 1. Pacheco is a guy that I could pick up on the wire, that type of talent. I could probably find someone that has equal numbers. That's a lesser name that could, and you wouldn't have to get rid of what you have, or you could just drop one, drop an Allen Robinson and then get a running back on the wire and not have to trade. You never got to see Pippen play? Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm old as fuck though. I'm 40, so yeah, I got to see his whole career. I actually have a Scottie Pippen rookie card in the other room, graded one. I got a Jordan and a Pippen. I should go grab it so I can show you.
That's really all I have to say. But 7 rushing touchdowns in his last 6 games. He is 72% of the Seahawks rushing attempts since week 6. In that span, he's averaging over 22 touches per game. And again, Raiders, they allow the 3rd most points to running back. I think Walker is going to eat Thanksgiving meals.
You know who else is going to eat? The guy who's been having all of the touchdowns scored this past 4, since week 4? 11 scrimmage touchdowns, Austin Eckler. He gets Arizona. Yeah, that's a nice situation for him. They've allowed 34 touchdowns this season, which is the most in the NFL. When you look at Eckler's production, it's pretty much Eckler, a little more volume for Eckler, and then how about a little bit more Eckler? That's how you calculate it. That's math for you right there. That was math.
It works. I can do math. You like volume? What about Derrick Henry against the Bengals, who in the last 4 weeks they've given up 30-plus points a game to running backs? That's all I need to see. A healthy King in the group. They're throwing him the ball now. He's throwing the ball as well. Still, of course, running it. He's your RB1. But let's hit the ones for week 12 at wide receiver. Who leads the way? It's going to hurt you because I know you're the biggest New York football team. I'm going to go with C.D. Lamb. New York Giants on Thanksgiving. C.D. Lamb has been playing great football. He has Dak Prescott back. He's also been playing great. Lamb went off for nearly 20.
All right, I grabbed them real quick since I have just a couple here, so I just grabbed ones that. Hold up.
The Giants defense is super banged up, and they've allowed the 4th most fantasy points and the most red zone targets to receivers. I wouldn't be on the lookout for C.D. Lamb eating like a big turkey leg or whatever it is that they do for that game.
Oh, well, I mean, you know who else is eating a lot of big turkey legs? Stephon Diggs, who last week in Detroit, he didn't see a ton of targets, but
All right.
is going to be a different situation.
And this is my card that I sent in. I was hoping to get a higher grade, but here's the Pippen rookie.
What I do know is that Stephon Diggs is going to be a really big prize.
See if I can get it at a good angle.
Receiver number one, and by the way, he's the only player with over 1,000 receiving yards and over 5 receiving touchdowns.
If I get too close to the screen, it gets like distorted, so I'll have to get it like at a side angle so you can see. That's a Pippen. And then the Pippen is spelled Pippin on the back is like the error or whatever. So that's 1988. So I was 6 years old because I was born in 82. And then I have the Jordan. Jordan is cool. Same year. Jordan rookie 86 Fleer, even though his real rookie year was 84, but they had star brand cards from 84 and 85. So the real rookie was 86 Fleer. And that's why that's the best set of all time, because it's got rookies from 84, 85, and 86. So you got like Olajuwon and Ewing and Mullen and Jordan and Drexler and Barkley and Malone, all in the same set as rookies. And then this one is 2 years after that. So we had 86 Fleer, which I'm going to show you a Drexler rookie here in a second. And then 87 Fleer, second year Jordan, and this is the third year Jordan. And this is cool.
On the screen is correct. And I think he's got his third 30-plus point game on the way. So those are our ones. Now for a little.
It's cool. It's got Kevin Willis on the card as well. And they're not really anything too crazy. Pippen stuff, you know, it's gonna be like $20 to $50. Jordan $50 for usually like this year. Nothing too crazy. Then I got the Drexler. This is in like the photo on Instagram where I have the Drexler rookie card and the Jordan rookie card, and this is still the Drexler. The difference is the Drexler is worth, you know, like usually about 80 to 120, right? And the Jordan's worth like 30,000. So kind of a big difference. But this is the coveted 86 Fleer. This is the one that has, I mean, he's got the Avias on. You know, you got the Drexler, you got the Jordan rookie. You know, even though Magic and Bird aren't rookies, those are worth something. But then the Malone rookie, the Chris Mullen rookie, the Olajuwon rookie, the Barkley rookie. Like you have a bunch of big names that are in there and stuff. And then obviously this is a PSA 9. And the Jordan, like I said, Jordan's worth 20 to 30,000. Drexler about 100. But still a very, very cool card. And then I got my 2012 Damian Lillard rookie card auto, because obviously, you know, me being a Blazer fan. So you know, the Damian Lillard 2012 Panini Prism auto. Now the lights, some kind of, you know, and it's already kind of like a silver metallic card. Dame's got a cool autograph too. I mean, I have some Dame ones, Rose City Reds that I got, you know, the year that they came, you know, from homie in New York. I had to wait in line for a couple hours, and they're very nice. I mean, they're one of the best Dames. I don't know what Dame they're on now, Dame 5, 6, 7, but the original Dame ones. I even have a Dame original T-shirt that's got the big D. And then it's got like a scripture like thing on the bottom, like writing on the shirt. And the shirts originally cost like $20-$25, but that one, if you have it, it's worth like $50 to $60 already, just because they didn't make very many of them. And sometimes people will pay for those rare shirts, kind of like wrestling shirts or concert tees. So pretty cool. Got the Dame autograph. It's not hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and then the Clyde, it's about $100, and then the Jordan about 50, and then Pippen usually about 20 to $40. So unless you have like the highest grade, then it's worth more. So see, that's where we go down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
I remember the day you asked, "What now, Dad?" So I said, "Find a job, any job, work hard."
44. So we're right there. We pretty much grew up on the same stuff. Some stuff a little bit different for you because you're slightly older, but not much. 4 years. If you're 5 years younger or 5 years older, that's your tribe. You know, that's like the people you're gonna vibe with the most because that's the same toys, that's the same video game systems. We went through the same childhood experiences. If you're 5 years younger or 5 years older, any more than that, then it's the next gap of the generation. So. Jeremiah in the building. What do you do? Yeah, LSU ranked, man. We'll see what happens. Yeah, these Pippen photos are awesome. This is one of the oldest photos. It's draft day. Like this one doesn't get seen very often. And then obviously hitting the Jordan and the Pippen. That's why it's cool to, I came up with this concept myself. I didn't know how I was going to do it. Then I had to figure out things on the fly that what would the correct dimension be, HD and 4K, because I didn't know any of this stuff. But as I look back, just doing a stream where you're talking and then now being able to narrate, but also give you, pieces of time, no matter what the subject. I think it's going to be a big thing. Like there's going to be a lot of copycats, down the road. And it's just going to be nice to be known as like the originator, the first. But again, it's always going to be my personality and the people that are in the room. So obviously it's going to be different for someone else if they do it. And I'm going to make it top notch always.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I'm an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Yeah, I figured I might as well just show the cards. We don't talk about basketball guys. And, I usually try to show some of my collection and stuff since I've been collecting since I was 5 and I'm 40. So, and I'm like extreme collector. I'm like, there's people you see on like YouTube or, those shows, that not hoarders, but, people that got the good. So what up, Jeremiah? I'll get you an LSU with like Odell or something or Justin Jefferson. Let me get you a Jay Jetta. He wants to eat apples and bananas, but he's hungry. Apples and bananas. So he can't eat because his parents are poor. Parents buying beer instead of food for the young boy. Ooh, shit.
With the 5th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select
Kayvon Thibodeau. Let's go. Go Ducks. And it's nice to see like Duck players actually panning out in the NFL. And, we've seen guys like DeAnthony Thomas and LaMichael James where it just didn't work out. We wanted, they were so dominant in college, but they weren't able to, they were just too undersized. You know what I'm saying? It sucked. And we were really rooting, but I knew that they more than likely, but at least we got Justin Herbert and Haloti Ngata. We have a couple. And there's been some linemen and some secondary pieces, Patrick Chung and Walter Thurmond. And we've had some guys, Oh, Jay Jetta. What's good, Jeremiah? Yeah, it has been a minute. It's your boy, man. Just throwing up HD 4K greatness. It's a vibe. I just always try to be original. I try not to copy anybody. I just try to make things as much me. Like when people see what we do, it's, I definitely want to have my stamp on it and my vibe, especially when you have options to pull up anything, so it's, what are you pulling up, But we've had some really good fantasy questions.
Obviously, he was targeted 9 times, had 7 receptions, which tied a season high. But it was him running to the end zone. This was the longest touchdown run of the season for him. And that's really what we wanted to see. That was one of the elements that we always liked about
Jay Jetta doing his Travis Kelce impersonation, 4 tutties in the natty.
Once the game starts, all bets are off, and it was great to see him out there running again.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to keep grinding. I have to. And then you got one more day of work, and then you have a few days off, and we'll figure out kind of the game plan and whatnot.
My mentions were unkind last night because I've been very high on Rondell Moore, but I guarantee you, if he stayed healthy, he was going to have a game. Greg Dortch, who played in his absence, scored 19 fantasy points. So with Rondell Moore banged up right now, I think he is still in play if he is healthy moving forward. But if not, Greg Dortch becomes someone you can grab off the waiver wire and stream until Moore is healthy.
People blaming you because Rondell Moore is a human capable.
Him and Tony got hurt right away, and that's on me.
I'll take Cliff Kingsbury because everybody else that we expected to scored pretty well. But the Cardinals are 4-7, and their 4 wins have come against teams that have 4 or fewer wins. So that's off peak. All right, we have this reaction from Marlon that says, "I'm ready for my favorite segment." So we appreciate you, Marlon. Because it's time to think about chili. You know, there's one thing that's certain in life in fantasy football, that's pain. But the question is, with pain is what you do with it. Do you learn from it, or do you blame it on other people, like your fantasy football players, for fantasy football games? That's what I do, and I'm very, very good at it. And we start with one Nicholas Chubb. I don't even know if that's your actual first name. I gotta think about it, Nick, because 9.7 points for a guy that I took in the top 10.
Yeah, but you got to understand, though, this is me being real. LSU ain't going to be able to beat any of the top dogs. You know, they're not going to be able, I mean, might be able to compete with Michigan, but like not Georgia or Ohio State. But I mean, at least you're up there, though. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. That Michigan Ohio State game should be pretty close. I mean, 2 versus 3, it's going to go down to the wire. I mean, we're trying to play spoiler and USC, so with us in Oregon. Daniel Jones, yeah. I know, man. Damn, that's tough. That's tough. Woo, shit.
That's what we got to do. We got to be there for each other. Dude, it's Thanksgiving, man. So you got to chill, bro.
I should. It's about community. It's about family and football. Thank you, Rex. But Damian Pierce?
I know Brian's favorite player, Daniel Jones.
Everybody loves 3.7 points. Deion Jackson outscored you with 1 carry, Damian. Go to Davis Mills, take the ball away from him, and run it into the end zone. Do it yourself. Improvise. Attack. Overcome.
Dude, like this, I understand how you're disappointed, man. That makes a lot of sense. But you know what? Like this guy has been dealt a hand that's just not fair, dude. He's playing for
It's your boy, dude. I mean, Duke? I mean, it's not basketball.
He was all like running around with all those dudes in San Francisco, just enjoying the life. Now that guy's out there grinding it out for the Texans, bro. Like, there's something to be said about that. And that guy, for me, for the rest of the season, no matter what happens, I know that guy's been giving it his all. It's like the dude who paddles out when it's 10 feet overhead. You got to give him that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Joe? Hey, Joe, what's up, dude? Hey, man, have you been on this segment before? Dude,
Yeah, but you got to be not biased. You know what I mean? If you're a fan of the team, you're not going to be able to see it from a full picture view. You know, if you're all LSU, and you can't, see anything besides LSU. I mean, if you're just trying to be able to get to the, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear who's going to be winning the championship this year. But I mean, if you're just trying to have a successful season, that's one thing. But I mean, if you think you're going to win it all, that's completely different. Yeah, they're doing much better this year than expected, though. That's for sure.
Listen, like he went out there and that dude crushed it against Philadelphia. And then perhaps he disappeared a little bit with the Houston Texans. That's the kind of guy I want to roll with. Like when the situation gets tough, like that guy steps up. And so when it was like time to go up against the Philadelphia Eagles, the guy's like, yo, bro, give me all the volume. You can count on me. And I'm like, yeah, I respect that. You want to take it off because you see the Texans, you're like, oh, I don't know, maybe he walked into the stadium. He saw the Astrodome, was like, oh, that's so sick. And his mind just gets polluted. I understand, man. This was not an easier match. It's not an easy match. What are you talking about? What's wrong? Are you good?
No.
You ever been there? You know what I'm saying?
Shut
I mean, anything can happen in college football, but I mean, it's not like we usually get too many miracles that happen in college football, unfortunately. But definitely there's, some good stories out of college football this year. Teams that are much, much higher than maybe expected. Hi, Paisley. We got Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, LSU 5. I mean, you're going to move up in the top 4. It's just, can you stay there? Because it depends on what happens with USC and Oregon. Georgia's not losing. One of the two teams in Ohio State and Michigan is losing, and TCU is a pretender. So, I mean, it all depends on what route you want to go. But all right, give me the nutty scenario. Georgia loses, which wouldn't happen. A winner of Michigan and OSU lose the Big Ten. TCU loses the Big 12. USC loses to Notre Dame and Oregon, or what wins Pac-12. Okay. LSU loses to A&M, and Alabama loses to Auburn. Yeah, well, you went all ham right there. You would have to reevaluate the whole top 10 to see who had good wins that were sitting at like 9 or 8. You would have to, or 12, and to see which teams would move up and how many spots, certain teams drop. Because, I mean, even if Georgia loses, hard to not have them in the 4 because they would still be very good. It's like, I don't know. It's like it should be Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and one other team. Who is it? TCU, LSU, USC, or another? But those are the 3 teams that should be in this year to me. Yeah, it has been pretty slow. Not a lot of big moves. I mean, we got the Blue Jays stud, so we got that for the Mariners. But yeah, we haven't heard a lot of the moves will start coming. It's going to take some time. Well, and then once like Aaron Judge, if he decides to go to the Giants or if he resigns somewhere other than New York, then that might start things off. Or if Cody Bellinger signs with the Blue Jays, we just got to get a couple more names that are pretty big. And once the first couple big names out of the top like 12 go, then they'll start dropping like flies. So, but it should be pretty fun. There's a lot of good players that are going to be available.
It's going to be a show that it's going to be on after Family Matters on ABC Friday night called Chill Bra with Adam Rank.
Coming up on NFL Fantasy Live, another big week for Daddy. On the way, Cynthia has the numbers, and the table is set nice and organized, but not for long. We're going to get some pound to the table.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. Georgia's the best team. Like, even if Ohio State or Michigan brings their all, they're not winning. Just like when Justin Fields, tries to go against Bama a couple years ago. Doesn't matter if it's Bama or Georgia or like a really good LSU team. Like, SEC team is winning the championship. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? Like, you got like 40 to 50 NFL players on the Georgia squad in the next 2 to 3 years that are there, that are coming in, and that are playing on the team now. And then the ones that they lost, like 15 last year, right? Ohio State and Michigan are probably going to have, 20 to 30. But when you have an additional 10 or 20 more, that's the difference on winning the championship or getting to the championship and losing by 10, 15, 20 or more. You just don't have as many bodies. So, and that's how it was for Georgia, Alabama all those years. And LSU, for Christ's sake, had Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson. I mean, we're talking about a top 7 quarterback, top maybe 30 running back, and then 2 of the top maybe 4 wide receivers in the NFL when they're both healthy, maybe even 2 of the top 3 when they're healthy. So they definitely had something special. And I'm getting a big whiff of Paisley's shit in the other room. She's sitting here underneath. I should probably go clean that up here real quick. All right, give me 1 minute. I got to go clean that up. All right, Brian, hold the chat down. If something comes up, you know what to do. I'll be right back. Give me like a couple minutes here. Or Jameson, anyone who's in here. I don't know. Like I said, we'll see if anyone, it's like I said, some days we're going to get like a lot of traffic and lots of questions for the fantasy, but So obviously, if they get their question answered, they're not going to stay usually for the whole stream unless they decide to. So yeah, are you looking at me? She's looking at me. She wants a fucking treat and wants me to clean up her shit. I'm looking at you. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
I join everyone to be frugal because I'm famous. But not famous. You know, I'm more like that guy from that thing, famous. So saving money is pretty clutch for me. Take a picture. Yep, I just got the new iPhone 14 with its amazing camera at T-Mobile. Wow.
At T-Mobile, get 4 iPhone 14s on us and 4 new lines for just $25 a month.
From early morning to midnight, I'm the hardest working
It's only worth it if
man.
you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
Hey, Rock, that's a football tackle. We're playing soccer here. He's right. It's soccer.
My burritos, football. Is it called football?
Have you won 2 World Cups?
Does it look like I won 2 World Cups?
No matter what you call it, don't forget the chips.
Tomorrow, NFL Total Access is your official viewer's guide to Thanksgiving Day football. 3 games. Bills and Lions, Giants, Cowboys, Patriots, and Vikings. 2 questions. Who wins and how do they do it? One place for the answers right here tomorrow.
That's our identity right there. Where to fight? I promise you, go in there. Back on Fantasy Live, the news rolling in today. So, quick in case you missed it, Darrell Henderson gets waived by the Rams after he gets very few attempts in their loss to this past weekend. And then Sam Darnold is going to start Sunday against the Broncos. Steve Wilkes going with Sam Darnold. Jerry Jeudy missing a couple games with that ankle injury. He's listed as day to day. It's time for us to get to higher or lower because you get projections on NFL.com. Cynthia Freeland does her own projections. And Cynthia, what do we do?
Well, we picked if it's going to be a higher or lower number than the one on NFL.com.
Oh, it makes so much sense. So let's start. We've got a guy who's playing on the inaugural John Madden Thanksgiving Day celebration, and that is Rain Dakota Prescott taking on the Giants. Higher or lower, Cynthia, than 19.6 base.
Well, you know what? We get a chance when it's pretty close. We get my
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
All right, I'm back.
He's got a star on his helmet.
3, 4, actually 4. Oh, there's so many stars here. 267 pass yards and 2 touchdowns, along with 13 on the ground. For Dak, that's 20 fantasy points for you. That puts him in the top 7.
All right, I am back.
You're kind of keeping track of the ranks. If you're looking
Right.
at
But like I said, when it comes down to like SEC championship game, the big game, the focus is on another level instead of just looking past an opponent. When you know everything is on the line and you're going to get everyone's top effort because it is like the biggest games, the biggest stage, you know, I don't know if Ohio State or Michigan has enough NFL players on their team to compete with Georgia and then the coaching that they have there as well. I know obviously when you have Georgia, LSU, Alabama rivals, you don't want to give credit to the other teams that are in there because you guys all hate each other and whatnot, but you know. But it's definitely surprising to see LSU at 5 instead of Alabama, or Alabama not at number 2 or 3 or 4. So,
this is actually a very nice tribute to the 49ers defense, who have done an excellent job against a lot of.
yeah, there's a couple spots where Bellinger could land. The rumor was the Blue Jays. I don't know if they have an interest in him, but if they're trying to get rid of Cody Bellinger for my dad's Dodgers, that means that they're looking at Aaron Judge. They're going to try to offer him whatever he wants and to see if he's willing to come there. And then they could have Mookie, Freddie, and Aaron Judge unless he re-signs with New York or goes to the Giants where he grew up. So
2 times for Mike Evans over 100 yards. Higher or lower than 13.9 base?
Well, the points are going to be higher, but it's not going to be higher than 100 points. I have 6 receptions and 69 yards, along with a trip to the end zone for Mike Evans against this Cleveland defense. And secondary for Cleveland is interesting, but I actually don't even care because I think Mike Evans is almost matchup proof when it comes to those contested catches. And I've seen some intermittent, some pressure, some not so pressure from the front for this Browns defense. So I actually think it's a really good opportunity for them to really get back on track and kind of keep that train rolling.
Yeah,
It's not the hype train that's Thursday. Oh, it's not going to be this Thursday.
no, because we're celebrating the inaugural John Madden Thanksgiving celebration coming up on Thursday. We got more coming up on this edition of Fantasy Live.
Cousins with the threat. He wants Jefferson. Oh my goodness! Justin Jefferson catching his life. It's on the hit now, lunging forward. And that fires it late caught in the back of the end zone. Here comes Allen with the kick and the lead. Oh, what a run by Josh Allen.
Fields jumps over the pocket. Now he's going to have to keep it himself. He runs, he gets the first down to midfield. And where's the 40? To the 30, to the 20. He finishes in the end zone. Touchdown! 61 yards.
It is time for us to pound the table because you may be on the fence with regards to some fantasy players here in Week 12. And we are going to demand that you support them with 100% of your essence, your soul, and being at pounding the table. Oh, it's this.
It's a slide. It's my
It's a slide. I don't want to show the company, but I will pound the table with David Montgomery. Because everybody wants to downgrade him because of the status of Justin Fields. But I think what we've heard out of Bears camp this week is that he took ownership of what happened in Atlanta on Sunday to the point where the defensive players stopped him to listen, we're all in this together. So if Justin Fields is hurting, everybody is going to step up for this Chicago Bears team. And one of the guys who is going to step up is going to be David Montgomery in a very difficult matchup. Make no mistake, this team in New York is very good.
She's whining right now, trying to go back in the room, but she got booted out of the room. It's all right. I'm right here. If you're bad, she's not going to let you back in the room if you're bitey or bad. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. I know. I give you snacks. I give you hugs and kisses. We watch Simpsons together. We watch football, right? I know, but you were bad. So if you're bad, she doesn't want you in there. She's giving me woo, woo, woo. Yeah, that's why they're going to lose. They're going to lose to Ohio State. So it'll be Georgia, Ohio State, and more than likely in the championship. And then we just got to see where the rest of the pieces fall. Bellinger's had a couple off seasons. You know, he had a really good couple years ago. But the last like 2 or 3 haven't been very good. It's not the same as it was a few years back. I mean, I watch every game of the Dodgers. My dad watches every game. So, I mean, we don't know if he can even be the same player he was. Honestly, I mean, I hope he can be, but.
You know who he gets this weekend?
Who's that?
He gets the Raiders defense.
Oh.
That Raiders secondary. I know you were starting Tyler Lockett in general, but I want you to buy all of the shares of him in DFS. I want you to create lineups around him. Like, not just one lineup, like maybe 3 lineups, 4 lineups, because Tyler Lockett will get you into the end.
Yeah, his hitting and like seeing the ball haven't been the same in a couple years, but you know, he's got upside, but I'm just not sure if he's going to be a 35 to 45 home run type of guy, like, you know, or even, you know, low 30s. Like he might be more of a 20 home run guy or sometimes maybe under 20, just depending on injuries and whatnot. But he's got potential to be a 30 to 40 home run type of guy. But I just don't know how many years that he can string together 30 to 40 home runs or 45 if he could peak to that point, you know. But I mean, just injuries haven't been too kind to him. And I think he lost a little bit of confidence too, because he used to be the man. You know, and then after that, then it was like Mookie. And then after that, it was, you know, Freddie. So he was kind of going down the depth chart. I think it kind of affected him and not in a positive manner. And it was like slumping, a lot of pressure.
What is on the wire for you? A delicate wire act for some this week? How are our experts? Find out next on Fantasy Live. Rise and shine with GMFB.
It's bright, it's shiny, let's bring it to town.
Get your day started with all things football. This guy is not good. It's gonna happen. He's gonna be a star. Friends from all over. knows how to have a whole lot of fun.
He does the gritty, he does the dance. New season, new team, new vibes.
Let's see it tomorrow, fam. Good morning football. Tomorrow at 7 on the NFL Network.
Everyone loves an underdog story. You know why? Because it fills you with hope, makes you believe it, right? Hold on now. Did you say any team? So now I can bet the underdog odds.
Team Overdog, where you at? Let me hear you.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet just $5 to win $150 if your team wins. Action's so good. I bet NFL.
Yeah, I hope some moves start to happen sooner than later. I mean, like I said, I'm looking at baseball right now. It's like they got so many names, but it's like everyone's being cautious. They don't want to pull the trigger just yet because they want to make sure that they get the right deal so they don't get underpaid, and they got to compare to some of the other people that are getting money. So someone just has to take that first leap, and then then you can kind of get a gauge. But I know some of these guys, it's all like strategic, so they kind of want to wait to see where some of the big names go and if they play a similar position. So
Don't forget the wood smoke flavor. What about the clear pad? That shows you exactly what you're getting. Savory beef. Quality ingredients. I'm their biggest fan.
Ultra. What's your beef?
Will you sign my bag and my tattoo?
Imagine making premium cocktails at the touch.
all right, we got 21 minutes. And at this point, there'll probably be maybe a person that'll come through with some fantasy stuff. I don't know if any of the goats are going to show up or not, but we'll go for another 20 and then we'll just kind of evaluate from there. And then I might just end the stream and we'll just take the L and I'll come back tomorrow. We'll grind it out again. And then hopefully we'll have a better result. So anything that you guys want to see, from now until that 20-minute mark is up, it's all you guys. Like I said, unless there's some fantasy question that comes through, but whatever you guys want. If you guys want to do Thanksgiving food, you got athletes you want to see, you let me know where you guys want to go and we'll go from there.
Some people say I'm excessive, but who cares? I just want to enjoy some late nights and some very late checkout. You can keep up.
The refrigerator is a very happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
We can get all that we need, and then a little bit.
Rafael Ortega, huh? That's what you want? It's a cool photo. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, bro. How many has it been months? You're gonna go home for Thanksgiving and just see the fam and eat good and see some friends. It's always fun, man. Food, family, football, friends. It's a good time, especially Thanksgiving and Christmas time. Always a good time, especially for the food.
In his 21-day window to return, and I think it's going to be sooner perhaps than 21 days. A deep threat that's going to open things up for this Lions offense, and it's a guy that's not going to be scoring against you.
Cool action shots.
So go get J-Mo, because I think the Lions are going to be throwing him the ball. Also, our dear friend Matt O'Connor has some guys that are available.
Top wire targets: Stafford, Pacheco, People, Jones, Burks, Johnson.
There's something else. So it's time for us to get an annual report, some annualized fund research. Shark Red Town with Cynthia Wright.
Thank you so much. Yes, the investment team of Cynthia Freeland and I will be taking pitches from fantasy entrepreneurs from across the globe. We will give our summation.
Adam Rank, Cynthia Freeland.
Let's start off with our first entrepreneur. Let's hear what she has to say.
Hi, Adam. I need somebody to replace Pitts. Njoku is available, but I'm concerned about his future change at quarterback. Is he a better choice rest of season than, say, Knox? Please help. Second place, trying to finish strong.
Well, congratulations to you for being in second place with Kyle Pitts, but I've been working on a contingency for quite some time. I'm looking at tight end. I want a guy that I can play in perpetuity. Not week. I don't want to rely on
Wow.
the market.
Well, prayers up, man. I hope everything goes smoothly and the recovery goes good.
I think this would be a great pickup, so I would go with David Njoku.
And I know how that goes. I mean, like I said, I've had depression, I've had, anxiety, there's, addiction, and, everyone goes through these ups and downs. And sometimes people have, little bang ups and surgeries. Like my stepmom and my dad are both, I don't know if they're not 100% right now or whatever and stuff. So like my dad's heart stuff and diabetes stuff. And then my stepmom had some kind of surgery. I don't even know. She didn't really get it. She was like, I think kind of like drugged up and was messaging me about stuff about Thanksgiving or whatever. So, but yeah, it's definitely tough, but I hope everything goes well for you and the fam. You think so? Like Ryan Blaney?
With the big news of Melvin Gordon leaving Broncos country, that's right. You think I should pick him up? I mean, I'm in first place in my league anyway, so I don't really need anybody, but just in case he shows up somewhere else and becomes a starter, I was just wondering if it was worth it. Let me know. Thanks.
Yeah, one of the best parts about this is that the Broncos have already absorbed the sunk cost. Your margins are really thin here, so there's a good return on both net and the gross. And so as you give me an evaluation with this high upside, I think that it's very wise to make this move. But remember,
Is it him?
Darrell Henderson has also entered the market. So now you have two competing entities. And so I would see which one offers the most return on your evaluation. So I think both are good investments, but Melvin Gordon could end up in the right spot.
Stop looking at your cash flow statements. Instead, look at the balance sheet. That's where all the good investors go. You want to be flush with cash, which means Melvin Gordon. That's not a good investment. That's just an asset that's going to return you nothing. We do EBIT. EBIT here. EBIT does sometimes, but EBIT, that's how we invest. We don't
All right, we got 15 minutes. So I like to be able to just put in that work, regardless of, wherever we stand on donos or not or whatnot. So let me know whatever goes, whatever you guys want to see.
Sorry, Chelsea, I didn't mean to insult you. Your family made their money in EBITDA, so I apologize. Our final one here for the day.
Hey, what's going on in NFL Fantasy? I want to pick up Zach Wilson on the waiver wire. I got my quarterback on a bye week, and I think
nice.
It's a great move. I just graduated, so might as well take a chance, right? What do you think?
You like working on cars and stuff like that or what? I mean, everyone's got that talent. You just got to be able to find what you enjoy. And then, just trying to hone that skill on whatever it is. There's a lot of jobs out there that could, use someone that is a good certified welder though. That can get you many different types of jobs, working on cars, working on boats, working on, different locations like construction and stuff like.
There's been 19 recalls on Zach Wilson already this season, so I would look at other sources.
Look, Larry Kaga is off to go work at Goldman Sachs. Any Goldman Sachs guy will tell you that the comps here support Zach Wilson is really trending more in the direction of, say, Peloton, which is down, something like 200%.
Stop it. Is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Why? People don't ride bikes anymore?
I think they're just like poorly capitalized, which is the same thing about Zach Wilson. His coach isn't even sure what to make of him. So I'm going to say that I'm going to take the safe investment and get away from Zach Wilson. You can find something better. He'll know
I know Paisley.
once he's done with them to Goldman Sachs.
Right. When he goes to
Hi.
he'll be investing in Joe Flacco.
What's up, Paisley?
He's got a good matchup against the Chicago Bears, although I think that Bears defense rises up. All right, coming up.
Are you going to be calm if you go in there? You got to probably stay out here with me for a little bit. We'll watch TV or something. Okay. I know. Come here.
I don't know. We're going to talk about it soon. Sweat or no sweat? Right after the bump.
Jameson, the smooth triple distilled whiskey knows how people just get you.
Love you, Paisley.
Just happens. So pull up a chair. There's always a seat for you at the table.
Oh, everybody sucks, dude. Everybody's just this fucking booty cheeks. Everybody's injured, and there's lack of talent. Obviously Panthers are the worst. And then Saints got injured, Bucks got injured, and Falcons are just the Falcons. You know what I mean? But at this point, it looks like Tampa's gonna. My team will end up making the playoffs by default, and I don't even want to go. I really don't. I'd rather get a draft pick, and I'd rather have like the Saints or the Falcons go. But unfortunately, it looks like that's what's going to happen. I mean, I don't want to go to the playoffs, lose draft position for a year that would have no chance of winning the Super Bowl this year, like 0. Go to the first round, get smashed by like Dallas or Seattle by like, no thanks. I mean, there's always a chance that they could overachieve and win like one game, but then they would lose in the next round against Niners or Vikings or Eagles. So I don't know. I'd rather just say fuck it. But
Introducing Taco Bell's new 7-layer nacho fries. This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps them going. Energizer Ultimate Living.
yeah, plus it's the offensive line. That's the main thing. Defense has been, bad at times, good at times, but, we don't have Gronk anymore, so it changes everything. And then having like 3-4 of, the main guys on the line, 4 out of 5, either not with the team, retired, injured, it's a mess. And so you got to think like Evans only has 3 touchdowns. Godwin has 1. Normally they would both be at like 10 by now each, so it shows you if Brady doesn't have a good offensive line. And, obviously with he's getting up there in age and going through the divorce, with Giselle, that was not easy. So that's why, we would definitely be winning the division by a shitload if he didn't have the divorce looming with Giselle and with that extra drama. And if we had Gronk there and still had the offensive line, if we just fix those couple things, I mean, we're sitting right now probably second or third in the NFC behind the Eagles and being that probably at least 7-win team at this point, if not more. So, but that's what happens. You can't be great forever. Panthers made it. Yeah, and we already know Seahawks made it at 7-9, but they beat the Saints, Drew Brees, and that was when Marshawn Lynch had his big thunder and lightning run. So, but yeah, 9-8, winning the division. I mean, I don't want to get in, but I guess, some Bucs fans want it, but we don't have any chance to I can't say we don't have any chance, because if I say that, then what if they overachieve, win a couple games against like the Giants and Cowboys, whoever, and then they make it to the NFC Championship game against the Eagles or Niners and get crushed. But I mean, I just don't think we have a good enough team compared to some of the others. But there is a closer gap in the NFC than there is in the AFC. It's like Chiefs, Bills, and everyone else, and no one else is really close, even though like Titans and Miami, Ravens. There's a couple other teams that are going to be okay, but not Chiefs, Bills, Super Bowl good. And then Eagles, and then probably Niners would be the 2 teams that I would say are Super Bowl worthy. And then everyone else is just really good, including Minnesota. So.
This is the NFL for every fan. This is football freedom. This is your game.
Yeah, because there's no way in hell if we have a good offensive line, Mike Evans would only be sitting at 3, and Godwin just got his first touchdown like week 11. I mean, he's been getting targets and stuff, but again, there's no time for routes to develop. So there's no time to have those big plays that we're used to going deep. So Mike has really slept on too. And I don't know who we're going to get next year, but we'll find out.
I mean, last week I'm going to give him a pass. That's on Kirk Cousins. Like, Kirk Cousins just did nothing on the field. But Justin Jefferson right now leads the position in games of 25-plus fantasy points this year. He's averaging 110 yards per game. That's the second most in the NFL. He's gotten 13 targets in 4 of his last 7 games. And again, he's Justin Jefferson. I mean, what are you going to sit this guy? No way.
All right, so Cynthia, Saquon Barkley has the Cowboys, who just did all that to the Vikings. Sweat or no sweat?
I'm pretty moderately sweaty here. It is still Saquon Barkley, so I do think Brian Daboll figures out some ways to get him the volume and touches that you need. However, this is a Cowboys defense that has been very stingy to kind of everyone, right? The pass situation, the running back situation. And look, 60 fantasy points per game to running backs this season. I don't know. I just feel like, especially with Rondale Robinson being gone, there are fewer pass catching options, which means more focus and emphasis on Saquon. Scary.
Damn, you're going back, Brian. Yeah, that's crazy. So you can be a shit team, like the worst team, like a 7-8-1 or a 7-9 back in the day. Now it would be 7-10 if it ever got to that point, or something of that nature. 8-11, but yeah, crazy. Big Trev said Daniel Jones or T-Law this week. I have the Ravens defense. Don't love playing T-Law against my own D. I totally understand. Let me take a look.
I'm so dry. Things are not looking good for me. People are taking screenshots. Like, why are you so ashy? That's because Aaron.
All right, let's see. Who else is available? Is there anyone else available that's better than Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones is going against Dallas. You wouldn't want to do that. I mean, if you could drop Daniel Jones and get someone better and just have, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, at that point, I'd have 3 quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence and 2 others to maximize my team. Yeah, Carr has actually been doing pretty good. Jacoby Brissett would be a better option normally as well, even though it's Tampa Bay defense. Like, he's shown that he can play pretty well. But I wouldn't do Daniel Jones against Dallas, and I wouldn't even have Daniel Jones on my team. Maybe Trevor Lawrence on my bench, but maybe looking at Carr. Carr is rated 13th this week at Seattle. Lawrence is 14, Brissett 15. So that's where I would be looking. If you're looking for someone and get rid of Daniel Jones and upgrade the position, or if you don't want to get rid of Daniel Jones, get an additional quarterback so you can have 3 and you can rotate. Carr's numbers has actually been pretty good. We looked this up earlier in the show. Even though that Hunter Renfrow and Waller have been out. Okay, currently have Danny, looking to drop him possibly. Right now I have Kyler and Watson. Okay. So you don't even have a quarterback on the roster right now, except for Daniel Jones. Or you have Lawrence as well. So yeah, how many QBs do you have? So are you is T-Law on the wire? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I just wouldn't roster Danny, and I would get 2 other quarterbacks or 3. I mean, like with my team, I'm 10-1. I have Justin Herbert, who I drafted. I got Geno Smith, and I got Justin Fields. So on Kyler, when he comes back, will be okay. Watson, you have no idea what you're getting. You're hoping something. And then if you just got to get someone. Carr, and like I said, Jacoby Brissett has been pretty good. But, yeah, Daniel Jones against Dallas D, hell no. Waiver guys, yeah. Yeah, I would be, and depending on what you have, if you have the garbage pieces on the bench, get 3 quarterbacks. If you don't have good ones, there's nothing wrong with having 3. The quarterback scoring has been very tough unless you have Allen, Mahomes, Hurts, Tua, Lamar, Fields, Burrow, Geno, and that's about it. And then Kyler, Herbert, Brady, Prescott, Carr have been good but have been bad and like injured, and you know what I'm saying? So no problem, man. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Appreciate it.
Oh, that's so nice. And a little tip, Geico could help you save on home
Heineke's going against Arizona, but I mean, yeah, if I was going towards people, I'd be going towards Carr and Brissett. I would be grabbing those guys. If you look at the numbers, and I mean, I can pull it up for you to kind of tell you, because I already looked this up earlier. If you need reassurance, you know what I mean? We'll go over Trevor Lawrence. We'll go over, not Russ.
He thinks the word basic means fundamentals. Busted, dope, fit, yassified. These are just the words we use. What's up, fam?
We're trying to get 3. Trying to get, Trevor Lawrence, Carr, and Brissett. That's what I would try to do. I mean, just try to upgrade, but you already have Kyler and Watson. See, fuck. I don't know. I don't even know if Watson would be worth rostering, honestly. You don't know if he's going to be really good or bad, but I get it. You want to have it just in case. So Kyler, Watson, and then I would probably go Carr against Seattle defense. I would probably, because him and Devontae have started to click a little bit. And then Brissett's going against Tampa, and then Trevor Lawrence going against Ravens. So that Carr would be the one that I would be targeting for Danny. Drop Danny for Carr, if that would be the one I would ideally try to grab. Lawrence is 13th, 16-point average. So, but he goes 18, 6, 16, and 20. So he can still get yards on Ravens. It's just because you do a quarterback that plays the D, like you're probably not going to get 10 points out of the Ravens anyways. But if you get like 8, and then you can still get 20 with, 15 to 20 with Trevor Lawrence. So, but you can decide. But Carr or Lawrence, you'd probably. Lawrence is 14th, Carr's 13th. So I would go one of those two.
I want to give a toast to the Cardinals welcoming committee who welcomed the San Francisco 49ers to the end zone on the Monday Night Football. Watch this display. These guys, look how he gave an effort.
Yeah. Yeah, Brissett. And I looked it up too, because, so the last 3 games for Carr, 2 touchdowns every game, 18, 17, and 20. That's solid. You'll take that. You can still win a game. It's once you get like 15 points or less out of your quarterback, you get nervous. But if you get preferably 17 or more, 18 or more, you feel good. But 16, 17, you feel okay. 18 and up, you start feeling good. 20 and up, great. 25, 30, 40, whatever, But yeah, Carr has been pretty good there. And then Brissett has actually been pretty good too. But it's all about, if you're talking about starting a quarterback this week, Kyler injured, didn't play. Deshaun's not here yet. So if you're looking for someone for this week, Carr would probably be the one, because easier defense to go against Seattle rather than Tampa. And then the last 3 for Brissett, 20, 16, and 25, 1, 1, and 3. So you're going to get probably good numbers either way. And sometimes the Buck defense isn't very good. They might have names, but they're not as good as normal. So I would try to target those guys, and you should get very comparable numbers, 16 to 20 points, hopefully, roughly, with upside of maybe 22 to 24, but probably 15 to 19, 15 to 20 is what you could get, Hi.
So Jalen Hurts is going to have to wait a little bit for his chance to go against this Indianapolis defense. Jeff Saturday, a lot of positivity, but accountability, that's the key word that's been tossed around the last 2 weeks.
And like I said, it does. I'm going to tell you something once, and okay, we work through it. The second time, I might get in your face a little bit.
Jake Elliott kicks it off. Isaiah Rodgers, return man, and this will be a touchdown.
All right, I think I'm going to end the stream. I think this would be a good point. I try to keep going a little extra just in case, somebody maybe comes through and shows up and whatnot. So, but I do appreciate you guys tremendously. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth, and a great conversation. Some days we have more people than others and whatnot, but I definitely helped quite a few people with the fantasy, and that felt good. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for everyone who donated, stopped by, asked questions. You guys are the best. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.